And welcome to D&D with Chrisiousity. This is Saturday, not Sunday, and I'm not playing a game next week because it's Valentine's Day. One of my players is going to get lucky. So we're going to do a different thing tonight. We had some scheduling problems, and so Chrisiousity wanted to experiment on us with something she's been developing. But I'll kick it over to her and have her explain to you and us exactly what's going to be happening tonight.
One of my longtime obsessions is Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, and I've always wanted to do a one-shot based in Wonderland. So I have developed a bit of something, and hopefully it will work out well and be fun for everyone. We will be starting, though, and for those who can possibly see, maybe if you take down your Miss Blanche, because we are starting. Excuse me 1 second, please.
Yes. Oh, and while Chrissy's away, really quick, tonight playing is Sib, who's on loan over from the Dragon Heist game, and then the usual R&D and myself. So we were going to have Jess here, but something came up. Hopefully they'll be able to join back in next time. Okay. So is Chrissy back yet? I have to fill time while she sorts out quiet backgrounds in her house of kids. Okay.
Oh, children.
Yeah, it's normal. It's life, yeah.
What we all do. Those of us who have children, anyway. This is just the way it is.
Yep.
So I apologize. So the year is 1875, and we are in the village of Godstow by the Thames. The people here, all of you, are here for a champions ball. For you see, you're all members of the Association for Athletics and Games, which is run by the ever so proper English gentleman, Sir Percival Lepin. And all of you have, over the course of the past year or so, gone to the top of your relative sports or games, such as they were, which everyone will have a chance to describe. R&D?
Hmm. First, okay. I'm Spencer Harrison. I am a master archer. Um, do you need physical descriptions, character descriptions?
We can do that in a minute. We can go in. So if you just want to introduce the name and what your game or sport was, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Zip, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I'm Jedediah Green. Who
Oh, can
first
you?
did
Sorry,
travelling.
sorry. Can you say that again? Because you knocked your mic while you were saying it, so I just got the thong.
My apologies. Jedediah Green, who throws the javelin.
Oh, okay, got it. Cool. And I am playing Blanche Cotswell, who excels at fencing.
All right. And so you arrive this evening. To give you a little bit of backstory on your the president, Sir Percival. He is, as we said, a very proper English gentleman with snow white hair and beard. He's been running this game and athletics association for a few years now. And he is known as, a very proper person, but also someone with a few minor eccentricities, as people in England love to have.
Mm-hmm.
So his eccentricities include being very punctual. If you're going to play one of his games, you'd better be there on time. Right, or else you will be disqualified. In a similar vein, he is an absolute stickler for the rules. He does exactly, if you break the rules or go out of order or cheat, he seems to have a sixth sense for it, and he will toss you right out of the club. Now, his third, shall we say, eccentricity. All right, R&D. You're making a lot of noise.
Oh
my
yeah, you're
friend.
clicking a lot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. So, yes, I'm sorry. His third eccentricity, which we in today's day and age would not consider to be eccentric, but for the people of Victorian England was extremely bizarre, is he doesn't care about class. His particular group, his club, is open to everyone. And the only thing that he seems to care about is whether or not you play the game correctly and whether or not you can win. He just seems to delight in games and sports all in and of themselves without any concern for whether or not he is maintaining proper separation of the classes, which has caused some people to refuse, especially, some of the more fancy ladies of the area to join. But, he seems to be fine with that. And enough people have decided to come on in anyway that his is a very popular club. So now it is spring. It's a lovely day, and all of you arrive at his beautiful manor house in your ball attire. And as you come in, he greets everyone, and there's a lot of people. There are the chess master, there's the racing people, there's the card sharks, there's everybody comes in, and he greets everyone very, very vociferously. And you guys come in, the three of you, you can all take turns sort of describing what it is we see when you enter his lovely estate. We could go the same way we did originally. So R&D.
All right. So you see, Spencer is not tall, not short, just about medium height. thinner gentleman with a long trench coat, dark black, long wavy hair, and a rather pleasant face, but looks grumpy most of the time, even though he's he's got resting bitch face.
All right, Sib, I think you're up next.
Sort of medium height, half elf, brown shoulder length hair with
Except he looks
parting.
human. Except he looks human.
He looks human. He covers up all the elven features of his hair, of course. Slightly bushy eyebrows. Dressed in dark green reminiscent of the 95th Rifles.
Blanche is a young, very bubbly, energetic, outgoing, friendly, talkative young woman with cascades of auburn hair, as you can see from the picture that I found. Just tell me what she looks like. Yes, and she's dressed with well, it doesn't look like from the wealthy classes. It looks, like well presented, like basically like middle class with aspirations, something that could be worn a couple times, not just once. Yeah.
So Percival, you happen to just show up all at once as people are coming and going, and Percival comes and greets you and says, "Hello, hello! I am so glad you could make it, my champions. I have enjoyed watching you grow and develop over the year. You've done a wonderful job. All of you, come in, please. We'll be having a lovely dinner, followed by some dancing. It should be a wonderful time. Come in, come in." And he brings you inside. You guys have never really been inside his house very much. You've been to your specific areas. But now he takes you into his hall, and it's very well appointed and grand. There's some light music going on in one room, and a lovely dinner is being set out for everyone. What do you do?
Well, do we know each other?
You all know each other, and probably most of the people in the club socially, but you're not necessarily, like, you can decide amongst yourself how close you guys have grown over the year.
Okay. Well, I don't want to nose around when they're making dinner, so perhaps we should go listen to some music in a corner, and maybe there's some refreshments that way.
I suppose it seems like a good enough idea. Sorry, Sid, what was your game again? What were you the champion of?
Javelin throwing.
Javelin.
And it's Jeremiah, right?
Jedediah.
Jedediah. Okay.
Yeah, we probably should not be in the way of the help. I'm sure they're plenty busy without us roaming around.
So we'll go toward the music, and to maybe look for some region or refreshments.
Yes. So you go over, you find someone is playing on the harpsichord. It's someone you recognize also from the group. You can't really remember if she was a oh goodness, I think croquet. She played croquet, but right now she's one of the more lady-like higher class people, and she's playing a pretty little tune on the harpsichord. Other people are sort of clustered around. Servants bring over some refreshments, some nice drinks, some light snacks. And after a few minutes of milling about, Percival comes over himself, and he says, yes, having a good time.
Oh, this is lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Very
Thank you for putting on this wonderful party, and music getting her to play. It's perfect, very elegant.
Ah, yeah, well, she did volunteer.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I can see
Strongly.
why. She's very
Yes.
talented. I can
A
see. She's...
lovely, lovely lady. I was wondering if you three would like a bit of a cigar.
I love one.
Oh, of course, sir.
No,
Yes,
thank
come
you.
on. Come with me to the library. There's something I would love to show you three. I thought you'd be most interested. Come on.
Yes,
And
come,
he-
Jedediah. Even if you don't smoke, just come along.
I could always find a good book.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't be rude to our host.
Right. You've got the right of it indeed. Come, sir. He brings you into his library. And he brings you over and he says, now, tell me, my esteemed friends, are you familiar with the writings of Lewis Carroll?
Of course, and they teach that at every academy, sir.
I
Do they? A children's book? How droll.
Yes, I do recall my mother reading me this story a bit. So, yes. Although it was a long time ago, I don't remember all the details.
Well,
I might have a copy of his book somewhere.
Well, I must suggest that you start reading it at your very soonest opportunity. But, well, be that as it may, I wanted to show you that I have a signed copy of
Oh.
both Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, his more recent book. Perhaps you haven't seen that one. Yes, he and I have had he's actually a mathematician fellow over at Oxford, and we've had some delightful conversations. I thought you'd be just interested to see some of the illustrations. He hands you the book, and they are indeed signed by, it says just like a warm regards, Charles Dodson. And so he says, let me get you some cigars I promised you.
I'll page through looking at the illustrations. Yeah, she'll kind of remember like some of the going over some of the passages, recalling her childhood.
Okay. Anybody else do anything?
I'll just give a little look around, see if there's any other like interesting books in the bookshelves or anything. Little quick peruse.
All right. Look. Roll perception.
All right, buddy. Do me proud. Ooh, look at you.
Okay. It's a little strange. He doesn't have as many books as you would expect a man of his station to have, and almost all of them are about games and sports and rules and that sort of thing. Nothing, no histories, no great things. There's also some books of etiquette and manners, which are, fine, but, not the sort of thing that you would expect to see. And other than these books that he has on Alice in Wonderland and all the other Lewis Carroll books, you notice that he doesn't have any other fiction books at all.
Okay.
Sib, is there anything Jedediah is doing?
Jedediah would take a brief look over the bookcases and then look over the shoulder to see these pictures in the book.
She hands him Alice in Wonderland and starts paging through the Looking Glass.
All right, so after a few minutes, he goes and he comes back. He's got a humidor. He passes out some cigars to each of you, lights them. He notices that Sib, Jedediah hadn't wanted any. So he says, "Oh, you don't mind if I have one, do you?"
I'm not one for smoking around books, but it is your library.
Ah, dear, dear, dear sir. You really must polish your manners.
Jedediah, there's some good books here on etiquette. Might be worth reading.
I take no offense, of course, but you never know when you're going to meet a fine lady or gentleman, and you're going to want to put on your best show, best foot forward. That's very important, I find.
Good advice, sir.
Good chap, good chap. Glad we had the opportunity to have this talk. Well, he sits there and smokes, and he says, all of you, none of you are married. Isn't that the case?
No, definitely not married.
I hope I'm not being too formal.
Not at all. I mean, I don't think any of us really bring anyone else to the club, so it's not a huge leap in logic. Usually when I see Jedediah or Spencer, they're with friends or whatnot. So.
Do you have any family back at home that relies on you, or are you just young single people out for adventure?
My family has quite a few businesses back home. I think I rely on them more than they rely on me.
Well, that's the way with the young ones.
Yes, I'm very fortunate. My parents are comfortable. They have other siblings around them as I'm a bit away from them at the moment, to keep them occupied and busy and whatever else. Yes, and they're both in very good health.
Ah, lovely, lovely to hear. And you, Mr. I'm sorry, you Jedediah Green, I think you said?
Yes, Jedediah Green.
Mr. Green, you are a master at that javelin, I've got to tell you. Well, do tell me, did you learn that from your family?
Yes, after a few broken windows. As one could imagine, that does not go down well with the family.
Ah. I hope they are all well now.
Oh, yes. They just don't want me anywhere near them.
Oh, now that's a bloody shame.
Hardly. It gives me time to read more books, do some research.
Ah, and what do you like to read about?
History, mythology, sometimes the sciences and the religion. I even dabble in the occult from time to time.
Really? Well, I'm not the curious sort myself, but whatever you like, I find it's very nice. It's good to have a good, wide knowledge of things, I think.
I'm curious about Spencer. How did you pick up your sport?
Archery runs in the family. Everyone. It's the thing we all learned as children, and we continue into our adulthood. I would much rather prefer to have spent my time reading science. None of this silly occult nonsense. Science is such a it pushes us forward, and to waste our time on such silliness. But to each their own, I suppose.
Well, it wasn't in the family for me. Growing up, I would watch my older brother and his friends and the kids in the neighborhood boys in the neighborhood play at swords, sticks from trees nearby in the forest. And I badgered them till they let me play because I kept saying girls can't do swords, girls can't do swords, and I managed to disarm every person they put in front of me.
Yes, you are quite a competitor. I love the spirit that you show. It's glorious to watch.
Oh, thank you.
Mm. Well, I must not forget my manners by leaving the rest of my guests alone for too long, but I do hope you make yourselves comfortable. You know, you may stay and be welcome to my library as long as you want, and I'll see you at dinner.
Oh, well, thank you very much, yes. Skim a few chapters here, remind myself of the story of Alice.
I think that's always a good idea. Lots to teach us, she has. Lots to teach us. And he wanders off.
The times surely have changed, Blanche, that they allow women to participate in such dangerous activities nowadays.
Well, it seems to me if somebody has the talent, then their gender should be no barrier.
Oh,
All
it
I
seems
ask,
to be not for you.
all I ask is for a fair chance to compete. If I'm beaten, I'm beaten. But it hasn't happened yet. Well, not often enough in the important matches.
Carry on long enough and you'll become another legend.
Yes, like the swashbucklers and pirates of old. And
Or
you...
Joan of Arc.
Or Joan of Arc, yes. Oh, that had a much sadder ending. Although I guess pirates come to a grim end as well. And you, Jebediah, you seem to be able to look at a point in time, judge the wind, the weight of your javelin, and throw things with amazing accuracy.
Years of practice.
And Spencer, I heard you once split an arrow. You shot through somebody else's arrow. Was that on purpose or a lucky accident?
Oh, of course, dear. I do everything on purpose.
Well, I know there are times I'd rather be lucky than good. Oh, he is a bit of an I mean, he's a wonderful man and very generous, but he does have his peculiarities. Like this children's book. What does he find so fascinating about it?
A grown man having a children's book. Oh, how odd. And no books on culture or science or history. Just games. He seems rather obsessed with them.
Yes, his life seems to be sport.
Mm-hmm. Competitive gentleman, and to put on such an event just for game's sake. While I have enjoyed the challenge, it's a lot of energy into this endeavor.
Hmm. Yeah, so
I
we have
wonder how he affords this.
Yes. Good question.
Yeah.
Probably some.
I don't think I've ever asked.
No, probably some inheritance, maybe from a distant relative. Let him build his sports complex dream.
Mm-hmm.
You guys could roll history if you wanted to.
Let's see if we know. Anybody particularly good at that?
I am.
I will let.
You know, the Lepin family is. You haven't really heard of anybody else with that particular surname in the area. You don't know quite where he gets his money from, but he certainly seems to be a very high gentleman of some rank, and you've even heard something about him perhaps being on speaking terms with royalty, so.
Yeah, I'll have a little look around the room, just like, kind of wander through the book around, not just sort of looking at the books on the shelves, but looking at the shelves themselves, like the sort of the architecture of the room. Kind of taking it. Is there art on the walls? Is there any sign of a door to another study to go somewhere? So.
Well, yeah, that you can see that sort of thing really without rolling. So,
Okay.
yes, there's some art on the walls. Nothing, all sort of pastorals, rather bland. Nothing that
Landscapes.
sort of, yeah, nothing like that's thrilling or that seems out of place for an English gentleman. You know, it's almost like he just went with the most basic things. You know, perhaps not. Perhaps he just really likes bland, generic landscapes. But there it is. There is another door, which is locked.
Hmm. Private room, I guess.
Yes, it's rather rude to go snooping around a gentleman's study. Maybe
True.
we should rejoin the festivities. I'm sure dinner is getting close to being ready.
Yeah, she'll ground out her cigar.
They were nice cigars,
Ooh.
if for those who smoke. And I'm going to assume that you've smoked before something.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Again, she, a little bit of a tomboy.
Okay. So
I'm
I
impressed it didn't make you sick. Most women just cannot handle the taste of a cigar.
My dear Spencer, you really have to revise some of your views on women.
unless you guys could stop me if there's anything else that you wanted to do or think about. Otherwise, I'll just sort of go through the events of the night. There's a very proper dinner. It is full of fine foods. Percival, it would appear, seems to really like his vegetables more so than a lot of meat. But you know, it's all fine. It's all well made and proper. There is lovely company. There's dancing. There's there's some speeches made about the importance of athletics for the youth and blah blah blah, and the glory of championship and soldiering on, and you probably tune a lot of it out, honestly. There's some dancing afterwards. And you know what? He keeps coming over to you guys. He fills up your drinks. He seems to be taking just a slight more interest in you than in other people for whatever reason. Whether he's just been that impressed by your athletic prowess or what, you're not sure. But as the evening goes on and on, it gets later and later. And it just seems like any time that you would be thinking about leaving, he heads over and just has something else to show you or talk to you about. So that it comes to be that you are amongst the last guests. And at this point, he comes and he says to you, now I wonder if I might impose upon you, while still being considered a man of good manners. I have a bit of a problem in the cellar, and I was wondering if you would follow me down. Being such an old man, you know how it is. It's hard for my little eyes to see anymore.
Oh, of course. I'll come with. Spencer, Jebediah, or Jedediah.
Well, can't very well let a woman go by herself down there.
Always a
man of years.
Yes. Well, do follow me. It's just I have gone and lost my gloves, my very best gloves. You see, I was down the other day, and searching up some wine for the ball, and the next thing I knew, they were gone. Ridiculous, I know. Can you believe I would misplace such important things? But I'm quite at a loss without them, so do please come follow me.
Oh.
And he takes you down, very brusquely down into the lower area, and starts to. You go into like a cellar, and the cellar has a long tunnel, and he just walks ahead of you down. He seems to be walking very quickly. Say, come, do come.
She'll match his pace, briskly trot.
Oh yeah. Keep up. Try to keep up with everybody.
What does Jedediah do?
Keep up and keep his eyes moving to see if he can spot anything out of place.
All right. Well, first, you guys can roll dexterity.
Okay.
Like saving throw or straight up?
Just a straight up check.
Not that I'm proficient in it. So.
Okay. All of you can't believe how quick this guy goes. He's just bouncing along very, very quickly. And like you're struggling as hard as you can to keep up with him. And he's just like, wow, dude, it must be all this athletics. He's really good at it. So he's zooming off, while always calling you to follow. And Jedediah, why don't you roll me a perception? All right, so you've gone from a brick area where the walls were all brick to a place where it seems mostly just like carved out of the ground. There's no sign of mortar or anything like that. It's almost like he's taking you down to the root cellar, and it's getting a little bit humid down here, and it's getting dark. Now you can see better than anyone. Correct? Mm-hmm. Half elves can have dark vision. There's a little bit of light here. There's some candles, but none of you had thought to grab a candle, so it's quite dark, and you are behind everyone else. You feel a very cold air that seems to be coming from somewhere. What do you do?
Try to keep up.
I believe we've traveled quite a bit. That's amazing that how quick that gentleman can be.
Yeah, I think
those games must be doing him some good.
Yes, or he used to do the steeplechase.
But didn't know of a cave system in this area?
Oh.
It is a bit drafty. Oh, how far does he intend to go? How did he lose his glove this far down?
Yes. How do they get the wine up through all this way without like I don't know, do they have a cart or something?
Oh. Must have a brute to carry all that casks up. Oof.
So, he kind of disappears around a corner, and I'm going to need everyone to make a dex save.
Hey, a little better this time.
Woohoo. Rogue.
Okay. All right, that's everybody. Jedediah, we'll start with you. You fall into a hole. I mean, the floor just stops, and you are looking up at other people, and the next thing you know, there's just no floor underneath you, and you take a tumble. Spencer, you also basically Jedediah knocks you into the hole. You manage to grab a root on the way down. And Christy, you are able to see the hole or see the other two sort of fall into the hole a split second before you go, and are able to keep yourself from falling.
Oof. All right. Well, am I within reaching distance of Spencer?
The hole is as. Why don't you take a perception check?
Yeah, sure, I can do that. Expertise.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. This hole is incredibly deep, and there's a bunch of stuff down there. You can't see Jedediah at all anymore. You hear him, and you also hear the sound, very strangely, of your host, Percival, calling up, "Don't be afraid. It's just one little step. All will be well. I'll explain everything, I promise."
She'll shout, "Spencer, can you climb down?"
I can certainly try.
I think Jedediah's fallen. We can't leave him.
I suppose we can't leave them both down there.
No. Yeah, I'll climb down after you.
Very well. Yeah, so I'll start trying to climb down the route.
Okay. You can go with athletics or acrobatics, either way.
Woot. I actually have proficiency on one of those. Yeah, me. Nope, doesn't matter.
All right. You start to go down the route, and it's just so dark, and you can't really see much of what's going on right around you. You end up slipping and losing your grip on the route. And now you are free falling. Jedediah, what are you? You are in free fall, looking all around, and you are in just a terribly long hole, tunneling. You have no idea how far, and you are just sort of lazily, almost as if you were a feather floating about. It's not like the great plummet you would expect to have. You look around yourself, and there's all kinds of stuff floating around in here. Just stuff.
Like what? Tables, chairs?
Tables, chairs,
artwork,
pictures, everything. You see a book fly by you.
Oh no, I'm going to reach out for the book.
You can do an acrobatics check. You don't quite get it. It's just a little beyond your reach.
Okay.
Spencer, you see the same thing now, basically, as Jedediah did. Now you are also in free fall.
Well, how extraordinary. It appears we have hit some sort of gravity distortion. How interesting.
Can I hear the echo of that comment?
Yes, you can. He hasn't gone that far yet.
She yells down, "What do you mean?"
I mean that it feels as if I am floating. I'm sure that something like this must be in one of Isaac Newton's many books, but it is quite the oddity, worth more research.
Can I have her do an intelligence check to figure out if she can realize that his voice should be moving away from her much faster than it is?
Yep, go ahead.
Nope.
Yeah, you've
Never heard of that.
You're like a gravitation. What? What is he talking about? And you hear distantly, you hear Percival shouting up to you, Blanche, jump! You must jump!
All right, well, she hasn't heard her friends die, so yeah, she's
I'm sure it is quite safe.
She jumps.
You know, I'm not sure this is how gravity's supposed to work.
Oh, it is a bit of an anomaly, but I'm sure that it is all explainable.
Oh, also,
Right, so-
she goes in. She does a swan kind of dive like she would at a pool because she doesn't want her dress to puff up with the boys under. Who knows who else? So she's gonna skydive this.
All right, you can roll an acrobatics. Yeah, I mean, you know, you start out well, but then this whole not falling as fast as you should be kind of catches you by surprise, and you kind of end up twisting out of it. But you know, your dress is fine.
Okay.
Now, as you're going out, does anybody try to reach out for things around you? It takes quite a while.
Are there like candles or like whatever the things that hold candles are called?
Candelabras or
Candelabras or something like that. Matches.
You can do a perception check.
Yeah. Needing to really just kind of catch some. Oof. An 8.
We're not doing great with our
Not
ability
that
check.
you see.
Okay.
Yeah. So, what are some are these like everyday objects? So.
Yep, everyday objects of a Victorian nature.
Yeah. If there's any like nice looking mirrors or anything that's shiny, like she'll have a go at reaching out for it.
All right, do a perception check. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of shiny stuff. You see a silver flask, you see a mirror, you also see actually some candlesticks that Spencer missed while he was sort of just looking around at everything at once.
Oh, I could really do with a new mirror, but it is dark down here, so she's gonna go with her acrobatics to try to nab the candlesticks.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, dice gods giveth, and then they taketh away.
Yeah, you get your fingers on it, and you don't quite meet it. I need you guys to hang on 1 second. Somebody is asking me a question here.
Okay.
So you guys can talk amongst yourselves while you're falling.
She'll reach out, or she'll say, look for more candlesticks. I saw some up here.
I think that's gonna be all you, Jedediah.
How many candlesticks do you want?
At least one. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's kind of dark down here. Which I know I know as a player you haven't, but as a group I don't know that you haven't. So.
Well, as many as you can.
Yes.
As many as you can.
Well, I could try. 3 might be good. 4 if we find the old man again.
Yep. Should we just like run our game like, okay, do a perception check? And then it's gonna be like an 18. You're like, oh shit, I don't know what the call is on that. What's the DC?
Yeah, what is the DC on finding random shit while you're falling?
I knew I should have tried for the mirror. Maybe we'll get a couple swipes on our way down. Maybe we'll each get like 2.
No. So the funny part is I'll be able to cast light eventually, but
Yeah, we don't know that yet.
Because I don't know that, it's like, no,
Yeah.
I need the things.
Also, thank you for the opportunity to foreshadow my lucky feat in that conversation earlier.
No worries.
That was fun.
I get divination dice, which are similar, except that I get to actually switch them with numbers that I have.
Oh, nice. Yeah, as opposed to just another roll.
Yeah, it's not on a roll. I already have 2 numbers set aside. I'm not gonna say it. I have 2 numbers set aside.
Oh,
All
okay.
written and ready to go.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun coming up with this build. I mean, it was very short notice, but that meant I could just kind of like dive into it, and I didn't, like just find something, don't think about it too much, don't change my mind, just like go with it.
Yeah, I like questioned it for a second. It's like, maybe I should be a barbarian. I had never played one. And I was like, no, you wanted a wizard. You're gonna play a wizard.
Yeah, yep. What about you, Sib? Did you have fun rolling up your character or designing your character?
It's fun going back and starting again when I realised I made some silly mistakes.
Oh, well, that's part of the learning process, isn't it? You'd rather do that. I mean, I figure up until the game starts, I can change anything. Like,
Yes.
I swap my cantrips, like, as we, like, right before we went live.
I get to switch out cantrips during long rests.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
not sure if we'll have one, but I get to switch out one cantrip.
That is a
long
nice
rest.
feature. Yeah.
It's from Tasha's. They added it to Tasha's. So I'm like, yes.
Oh, that is cool. All right, so go around the table. Oh, okay, Chrissy's back. I was gonna do another round.
Sorry about that.
Hey!
We want to know. We want to know if we get more than one bite at the apple on our way down, because we all so shit at this. But I think
We're after candlesticks, apparently.
yeah, Jedediah was gonna try to get some light for us at least. Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Jedediah.
I was also going to ask, could Jedediah use his Eldritch Sight at this point to try and detect anything?
Yes.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, anything is magic around him, or is floating past to him or away from him.
One of those silver flasks seems to you to be magic.
In that case, he's going to forget the candlesticks and reach for the flask.
Yeah,
All right.
and if you miss it, we have 2 more chances because you're first.
Alright, let's just acrobatics again then.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, look at that roll.
You grab the silver flask, and there's a little bit of label on it, and it says treacle. And do you examine it more?
Roll investigation.
Good. At this point, stuff it in my
Okay.
try and stuff it in my shirt and grab for a candlestick. Well, for
Alright.
some strange reason, saying aloud, treacle?
Treacle. And that just seems to cause an echo, like treacle, treacle, treacle. All right, so let's start. Who was the first one who went? Go again.
Jedediah
Yes,
was the first one
he's
in the
following
hole.
first. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Spencer, you can try again. Look around, see what you see.
All right. Ah, there we go. I had to roll something good at some point.
Yep. All right. So you definitely see some candlesticks with candles, and they appear to be lit, actually,
Oh,
which is rather odd, but there it is.
well, good. Well, they serve the purpose that I need them for, which is to light up the way. So I'm
Okay.
gonna try to grab, I don't know, like 2 of them.
All right.
Woot!
Yeah, you get them both.
Nice.
You just reach out. You know, you get that that honing in archery thing. It just zip zap.
All right.
And now you've got a lit candlestick in each hand.
Okay.
Well.
I'm gonna blow one out and shove it in my pocket and keep the other one with me.
Makes sense you'll have the light spell then.
Yes. That's entirely why I wanted candlesticks, so that I had a good excuse for a light spell. 100%.
Okay. And one more for you.
Yes, for Blanche. See how she does. Yes. Right. So, I mean, let's see. Does she kind of? Can she see the candlelight underneath and it moving around to know that?
Yeah, you were close enough to Spencer that you were able to see that he got a candlestick.
Okay.
And also, he was, as you would be like, "Aha! Got it! Got it! Got two of them, in fact." Very proud.
Is there any chance that there might be like a jar of berries floating around? Like, I don't know if we're just supposed to name things we want here, or if you have suggestions for us.
If you want to just look around, and I could just tell you what you see.
Yes, that's perfect.
So you see what looks like a medal or a medallion of some sort floating about. You see a teapot. You see a little stool going by with a tufted seat and needlepoint on it.
Okay.
And you see another one of those silver flasks.
Let's see. I feel like Otto from Fish Called Wanda. What was the middle bit? There was a stool, a flask, a Sorry, what were the first two? I've already forgotten.
Medallion.
Now I can't remember in which order that I gave them to you. All right, so there was a stool, there was a flask.
The first one was medallion or medal.
Oh yes, the medallion.
Medallion. Yeah.
She'll reach out for the medallion. She's fascinated by shiny things, apparently.
Okay, so go ahead and you got it.
Yeah. It was coming at her face.
Best in show. And little on the back it says, attach this to your weapon of choice for a little boost.
Ooh.
Huh. She's not sure. She'll just throw it around her neck. Is it like a necklace medallion? Kind of like she'll drop it over her neck but sort of stuff it down her shirt so it doesn't fly off.
Okay. So you all Jedediah, you have one more turn, right? You have one more grab at it, or do we
have 3 each or 2 each?
2.
Because
I think that'd be the end. So Judge is out of points then.
Yeah, he grabbed first but missed at the candlesticks, I think.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So everybody's had a couple of grabs and gotten something. And at this point, you come floating down, and you can see a floor coming up behind you, or below you, rather. Let's see. Let me grab it for you. And you are going to find yourself here at the top of the stairs. It's a I'm going to stop saying Victorian every 5 minutes because obviously it's a Victorian parlor. But it's kind of gross a little bit. Like, it clearly was a very fancy parlor once, but now it's kind of moldy, maybe. And as you come down, you hear Percival shouting, "I'm too late! Too late! It's all ruined! Everything is ruined!"
Too late for what? Says as she lands.
you hear his voice saying, "Listen, do whatever you can. Play the games, solve the riddles. That's all. I must go. I must go." And you hear a door slam and lock behind him as he runs away.
What is going on?
This is quite the anomaly we find ourselves in.
I would say this is most improper for someone who puts such an emphasis on manners.
Yes, I would say he is. That was quite rude of him. Leave us up here. I suppose we should.
Is
find
everyone
our
all
way
right?
out.
Does everyone land okay? Is everyone?
Oh yeah.
Jedediah, you all right as well?
I'm fine. This is quite unkept.
We just fell and didn't fall, and there were things floating in the air, and you're worried about the state of this room.
Oh, it is quite a distressing state of this room.
Alright, well, let's have a look around. We don't want you guys distressed.
You guys can roll perception or investigation.
Way
Let's
better.
have a look around, not an investigation around. Damn, that was shit.
That was persuasion.
Oh,
so
no
you
wonder it
rolled-
was so bad. It would have been a 16 otherwise. Okay. Oh, much better.
Right?
All right. I'm going to. All right. Let's start with Jedediah. You're rather distracted by the grossness that you see around here. You do notice, of course, the things that you can see directly in front of you, and you do notice that there is what appears to be in the corner what might have been a window, but now it's completely just boarded up. There's some doors, and you notice also that your javelins, your equipment, is waiting for you here. And as you look around, you're able to tell the others, our stuff is all here.
Oh, yeah, go over to my stuff.
Okay. Before you do that, because I'm assuming everybody's walking around, Spencer. Well, this place has been abandoned for a long time. It is dusty, moldy. There's no sign of any human habitation whatsoever. You see a few things sort of thrown around as if they were discarded. You try all the doors, and every door in this place is locked. And you see that some doors, which you can't necessarily see in this from your vantage point, are very small, and some are regular sized. And it seems very strange to you. And Christy, you see amongst the various detritus, you see the pair of gloves and a broken fan, which makes you think that perhaps this was Percival's.
Oh, well, yeah, but yeah. Before she walks over to get her equipment, she'll go pick up the gloves and fan.
As everyone, or I should say, what do you do with your equipment and all that?
Well, her fencing equipment is probably like made of trousers, obviously. So she's going to slide those on and basically kind of, you know how women like can undress and dress themselves under the clothes they're wearing. Yeah, she's it was a skill we have to develop. We do that. Blanche does that. She's not too bothered by it. She's kind of isn't too bothered about shocking the men because she feels like changing rooms should just be it's where you change. Shouldn't be an issue.
So,
Very unladylike.
yes. Maybe we should have brought one of those etiquette books with us.
Well, if we have to do any running or climbing, believe me, you'll be happy I've put my ladylike bonds behind me so that I can function normally to my full freedom as you lads do.
Do not worry, Lady Blanche. You have two strong gentlemen here to do all the heavy lifting.
Oh, where are they? I don't see them. Are they behind you?
They might be in his pockets.
Yes, very cute.
Yes. Yes. Although she doesn't put she didn't put the gloves on or use the fan. But she does sort of put them in a pocket as she's changing, of her new outfit.
All right. As each of you go over and, sort of grab up your things, I need everyone to roll a d6.
Ooh, mysterious. As a DM, I should just ask my players to do random rolls and then never do anything with them.
That's not a d6, my dear.
My
So
apologies.
did I roll twice? We rolled a d6 and a d20.
Oh,
What?
Yes.
My apologies.
All of a sudden, Blanche shrinks and becomes very, very tiny.
What's going on?
Well, that is quite unusual.
All my
I
stuff
shouldn't have
shrinks
made a
with
joke
me,
about
right?
pockets.
Yes, everything shrinks with you.
Yeah. Sorry, Sib. I talked over you.
It's all right.
I wonder if this is another part of that gravitational anomaly. You are quite small.
One of you pick me up so you don't step on me.
I don't think
if
gravity is responsible.
Yes. Too bad we don't have a strapping young strong man to help lift her up anymore.
Fuck you. Can she do an acrobatic move to basically climb up Spencer?
Go ahead.
Okay.
And so the next thing you know, she is on your shoulder. Smack you repeatedly.
I'm boxing his ears. People don't box ears anymore, but they did back in those days.
Well, I hope you're at least comfortable up there.
Yes, you have nice padded shoulders.
Well, I did earlier spot some rather small doors. You might be able to go see what's inside now.
Where are the doors?
I point you to the doors, the tiny doors.
All right. I'm assuming you help her down.
Yes.
There are 3 doors, and you are able to peek through the keyholes that are your size. One, you look out and you see, well, you know what? Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Okay. One looks out on a beautiful garden. It's just gorgeous. But as you peer at it, something looks off to you there, and you can't quite make out from this distance what it is. But something looks fake or wrong there. And when you try that door, it is it's locked several times over. You go to the next door, and it looks like, as you peek through the keyhole, it looks to go into another room very similar to the one that you're in. Might even be like a little closet room, and it doesn't look big enough for the other two friends. The other, which is too small for Spencer or Jedediah to go through, but you could go through very comfortably. It opens and you see yourself in a field.
All right. And what is it? A grass field? Is it? Do I recognize? Is it wheat? Is it corn? Is it
It's a
fallow?
grass field,
Okay.
like a lawn.
And do I see any trees in the distance, or just it just seemed to go on and on and on and on?
There are definitely trees in the distance, and there's just seems like it looks like a lawn with a little path, and that heads over. You kind of see like it's kind of hard. There's some areas that are upper or lower underneath some a rather rolling hill, but yeah, it just heads off into some woods.
Is there a sky?
Yeah, you look up, there's sky. It's a nice day.
Do I feel any wind or hear any birds?
You definitely feel some wind. It's much nicer outside with the air than in that stuffy house. You don't really hear birds right now, but there's nothing. Does
it seem off like the garden?
It doesn't seem like the garden.
Okay.
What it does seem like, though, is like a perfectly normal countryside lawn. Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
She'll walk back out and she'll say, first door is a creepy garden. The second door we won't fit in. And this door leads to the English countryside.
English countryside.
Well, it looks like the English countryside. It's daytime in there.
Odd.
You pretty big a timepiece.
No, I have gloves and a fan. So that's what's in the doors. Do you want me to try the one that's locked?
I mean, you certainly can.
Yeah. So she'll reach around, like looking around for a key, or maybe looking on herself for a hairpin. Would she then find thieves' tools?
Yeah. So
okay.
You can take out a couple of your hairpins and head over to the locking mechanism and do a sleight of hand.
Okay. Or can I just roll with my thieves' tools? How does this work?
Oh, I put that in the other thing, in the other chat. If you're proficient with them, and you get to add your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what the
Yep, that's
Chrisi. It's our game, but that's.
So I roll with my tools, and then I add
and
my 6 for my sleight of hand.
So you would roll sleight of hand and then add a 3 for your proficiency bonus.
Unless you're already proficient.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So roll sleight of hand. So you don't. Okay, got it. And then plus 3 for my proficiency bonus. So 21 in total.
You managed to oh, it's 21 in total?
Total, yes.
All right. You managed to unlock both of the locks, and there are 2 locks on this door, which is weird. But strangely, even when you try to open it, it's like it's jammed or something.
Someone doesn't want us to get in here.
Well, I suppose we can look around and see if there's some more normal size doors that we can go through.
Can I ride on your shoulder again? I don't want one of you to step on me.
Very well.
You don't trust us.
No. I've seen you dance.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
Yeah, I'll put my hand down and
All right.
let Blanche climb up.
You're like Jack Bean, or I'm Jack and the Beanstalk.
All right. So you go over to the normal size doors, which you're now familiar of them. All of them are sturdy oak doors, and all of them are locked.
I suppose we should. I suppose there's only one way through these doors.
Find a way to make you as small as me.
That is a possibility, I suppose.
Did you say we were at the top of the stairs?
Yeah, I assumed we went down to look around.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm assuming, like, you didn't stay at the top of the stairs. There was nothing up there at the top of the stairs, really. There was like a landing, and nothing.
Okay. So, we got to make it through these doors. You're probably too small to help pick these locks. I did notice you quite the talent there for that.
Yeah, I had to pick my mom's locks when she took things away from me when I was grounded.
I'm sure you were never grounded. A young lady like you, I cannot imagine causing too much trouble. Jebediah, you seem like a nice, strong man who might be able to knock the door down.
Just because I throw things.
Yes, just because you throw things.
Yeah, I don't think I could break down an oak door like this. Maybe if we found something like a battering ram.
What were we doing when I became small? Where were we standing?
I believe it happened at the top of the landing.
Maybe you two should set me down and go stand there. Maybe there's something about that place. I mean, what do? We put our clothes on, or I changed, and now I'm suddenly small.
Sure, that is quite the smart idea. So, I'm going to climb to the top, and as Spencer's going to look around and with lots of attention to anything that might be a little bit off, and pretty much I'm going to cast detect magic as a ritual, which I think takes like 10 minutes.
Okay. So, as you look around, you get you're trying to be the British gentleman, the intelligent, nothing to do with the occult, nothing to do with any of the superstitious nonsense, but you can't help but notice you're in a weird place. And you can feel something. You're sort of walking around and you find yourself just lost in thought. You light the candles, you sort of sit down, you sort of are just drawing shapes in the dust with your finger, just little shapes that seem to make sense to you, and you go into almost a trance. And when about 10 minutes have passed, you feel a couple of just strong pulls. There's the thing that is around Blanche's neck, there is something in Sibwolf's or Jedediah's pocket. There's the fan that Blanche picked up. Sorry.
That's okay.
I blanked on Blanche.
She's forgettable.
And there is off in a corner, you see like it looks like a bottle that was left uncorked and empty. It just has a few drops of something left in it, and those drops seem to be giving you a pull.
Okay. I believe there's something mysterious with the we can't quite understand what but something in this bottle over here. Maybe I could maybe also look at the fan that was left behind by our host.
Yeah. Well, when he comes back down,
the fan is tiny.
Yeah, I can like lay it on your hand, but it's gonna be. I can put it on your hand. You can take it out. Of course, if you become really small, she'll fall. But maybe you should put your hand down on the ground.
I mean, yeah, but how about you take a look at that bottle?
Who's you?
Just Blanche. You'll be much closer and have a better view.
Okay.
The bottle is about the size that you are. It takes you, unless they help you, it's going to take you a while to get up the stairs to get to it.
We'll put up there.
It's covered in dust. There's a thick, sweet, nasty smelling, honestly, liquid that's just sort of dribbling around in the bottom of it. And, once you sort of clean some of the dust off of it, you see that it says, "Drink me."
She points at it and says, "Put a fingertip in the liquid and put it in your mouth. See what happens."
Oh.
Science?
Jebediah, yeah, for science, Jebediah. You can.
Cheers. Both of you.
I suppose I'll go first. So
All right.
goes and picks up the bottle, and tips it over to put some on his finger, and puts his finger in his mouth.
It's disgusting. Oh, it's so gross. Oh man, you spend just like it's so hard not to vomit, and you're spending so much time not vomiting. You don't even notice at first that you all of a sudden are the same size as Blanche.
Hi.
Wow.
Go on, Spencer. Your turn.
Maybe you should take us downstairs first.
Oh yes, take us downstairs.
Very well.
Bring the bottle.
I'll put out my hand, one hand to have both of them, and then grab the bottle with the other hand.
All right. You head down. I'm assuming you're going to take the liquid once you're.
Yeah, once I make it down the steps to the doors.
In the English countryside.
Yep.
The English countryside.
All right. So there's almost nothing left, but you're able to sort of just get your finger in there and smoosh it around and just get enough that you can put it in your mouth. And it is so gross. It is repugnant and bitter and just blech. But before you know it, you are all the same size again.
Okay.
I think my fencing career is over after this. I can't fence anyone this height.
Oh, I thought the challenge was taking on those stronger than you.
Yeah, but not when they can step on you and kill you. Come on, let's go outside.
Seems like a good idea.
All right. Well, you wander off into a lovely spring day. It's bright, it's sunny. And as you're walking along, you do hear something, people talking. It sounds like people talking anyway. What do you do?
Should we head towards the voices?
Maybe they know a way out? Jedediah?
Seems like the best plan we have right now.
All right. So, I will pull up. Hang on one second. Give me. You get to an area where there's just a big circle that looks like somebody's been like just running and running some sort of thing around in circles to the point where it's gotten like this ditch carved out in it. And well, it's very strange. You're looking at a couple of rats, a couple of lizards, including one really big lizard, and what? Hang on one second.
Life.
I had a friend of one of my coworkers. Her daycare got shut down for COVID reasons, and so she's got to stay home and to take care of one of her daughters. And she's every time she's had to do this like 3 or 4 times this last year, and every time she's like, "I love my kids, but I am so tired of quarantining with them."
Yeah, I think a lot of parents realize how important schooling is. Just having that like time away, and they have social interactions. Yeah.
Yeah, but just be all day long. She's just like, what? Yep, that sucks.
Yep.
Oh.
That was pretty much the career path for most women. I mean, I think about women who I knew someone who was one of 16. He was like in his 50s.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
My dad is one of 12, I think.
Sorry.
Yeah. Exhausting to think about. I'd stop having sex after 3. What? You'd want to roll over no, get off me. I'm tired. What are you talking about? Go change a diaper.
So I'm sorry. So there's a dodo bird just sitting there talking to a couple of lizards and a couple of rats. They look rough too. They look a little beat up, everything's a little the worse for wear. And they are bickering amongst each other, everybody yelling at once. You also, now that you're closer, you see that there are a couple of what look like a corpse of a dead bird somewhere. Just signs of blood, and you notice that they all seem to have some sort of improvised weapon on them as they argue amongst themselves.
Huh. I do believe these that drink must have had some sort of hallucinogenic property. Or is that a rat and a dodo bird I see over there?
Unless we're having the same psychedelic experience, I think that is real. Jedediah, do you see it too?
I see him.
Oh, you two must have a case of the vapors. It's more than likely just that sour drink we had.
Well, I didn't have
I'm
the
sure the
drink.
effects will wear off, but
I didn't have the drink.
well, I mean, just the vapors. It's common. It's I'm sure you'll get over them soon.
Do you
For the just for your information, you are the same size as the rat and the lizards, but maybe the dodo bird's a little bit bigger than you are.
Holy crap. I was going to say, should we break up the fight? But I'm going to take that back now.
Well, no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Can we understand what they're saying?
Ooh, I might be able to do the things.
Yeah?
Well, if you could understand a very thick Cockney accent.
Okay. All right. I've seen Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels.
Yeah. So, and I'm not trying to do the thick Cockney accent because I'm bad enough with the regular. But I'll do like something. I'll work on it.
So what are they yelling at each other?
One of them's yelling, "You cheated!" And the other one's saying, "No, you didn't. You can't cheat. There's no rules." But then wins. Then nobody ever wins. Now, none of you guys have been trying to be stealthy, correct?
No.
Correct.
As you get closer, they turn around and see you. And they say, "Hey, what now? Look who's here. You coming to join the race?
The what?
We having us a caucus race here. Come on, Governor."
Go on, Spencer. Have a race.
My skill set does not usually go for races.
Oh, you look plenty strong in the legs.
I suppose what is tell me more of the rules of your race.
Ain't no rules. You see the circle?
I'm assuming that Spencer sees a circle.
Yes. You start running when you want. You stop when you want. You run around. It's a caucus.
Did that make sense to the rest of you?
Absolutely not. Does the fastest person around win?
Nobody ever wins. We had to decide what that would be like.
Well, if you drew a line, is there any sticks around? Oh, she could just do it with her boot.
A line?
Yeah. Look, and she'll climb down and avoid anybody who's running, and just with her boot dig a straight line across that. It's like you start on this side, and she puts her foot on the right side, and whoever runs around and crosses this line first, and she puts her foot on the left side here, wins.
Oh my goodness. Now the dodo bird is excited. He's been kind of quiet. He comes over, he sniffs around, and he says, "Now, what do you know? I think it might work."
Should we do a demonstration?
Roll persuasion.
Okay. Let me just, I move my sheet around so it doesn't flash the screen. Persuasion coming up.
Oh, wait. Before you do that.
Yeah?
Which one are you trying to persuade? The dodo bird?
Yep.
Okay. Spencer's gonna kind of whisper to you some advice on talking to people.
Okay.
And how to. Oh no! Wait, I think it only works on me. Oh, it only works on me. Never mind. I can't do it.
Okay.
I take it back.
All right, no worries. We're all learning our new characters. I didn't do so well.
He says, I don't know. It's kind of it's newfangled. I don't understand it. Well,
let us show you. Let's just we'll do a quick race, right? Come on, Jedediah. I want to call you Jebediah. Jed
Just
Spencer.
call me Jed.
Yes.
Let's go,
Good.
Jed.
Come on, and she'll like encourage them down into the hole or into the divot.
All right. You guys can roll dexterity. Dexterity checks. Is anybody else gonna roll?
I mean, I'm assuming Blanche's, right?
I'm already down there. I already climbed down.
No, you gotta roll a dex for the race.
This is for the race.
Oh, okay. Oh no, I was gonna say
Oh,
to the
the
I was gonna say to the dodo that he should yell go for us to start.
Okay. You can roll persuasion again. Jedediah, are you gonna help her?
How about before I'll sit there and expound the virtues of competitiveshipness and what a great idea my friend here has, and I'm gonna cast friends on him, which should give me advantage on it. And he might be pissed at me later, but we're gonna hope he doesn't later.
He's a
So
dodo
that's
bird.
something that he needs to make a save on.
Nope. I just get it, but he'll know in a minute that it happened.
Yeah.
And he might be pissed at me for it. But that's up to you how pissed he is towards me.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, he realizes he's had magic used on him. He could be impressed, he could be angered.
Yeah. That's
All right.
That's up to you what he's gonna do, but I just
He looks up and he's all of a sudden he just seems to think, oh, you're just the nicest fellow, aren't you? Not like that crazy girl. Well, if you think this is a good idea, I can't see any harm in giving it a try. Boys, girls, line up, everyone at the
Line.
thing, and you're all going to run around, and the first one to cross it again is the winner. Everybody sort of just toddles over, and you find yourself standing shoulder to shoulder with some mean-looking rats and lizards. And before you have the chance to think maybe this was a bad idea, he yells, "Go!"
Blanche yells, "Cheer the winner, Spencer!" And she's gonna. It's acrobatics, right? Or
Yeah.
dex.
Or Dex.
Dex. Okay. Well, it was dex roll, so I'll do the same.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Oh, I did a save, but it would have been the same because it's 3. Oh,
Save.
I get a bonus. I thought it was a save. You can -3 from that. It
Okay. All right, I'm going to. Everybody's got to go. So.
No, I gotta go too. Oh, they all gotta go.
No, you're
Oh,
cheering. You're gonna cheer. The
I'm
winner.
cheering. Yeah, no, that's definitely not participating.
Okay.
I know my dexterity score. I know that.
You go for
I
your
know
friend.
that's a
and friend.
terrible idea.
All right. So the rats are off like a shot. They are right out the gate. You can't even. All you see is tail. And
Rat butt.
yeah. The lizards. Then after that comes. You catch them. You're like, oh God, and then you are right after them, with Jed right behind you. After which comes the big broody lizard guy, and the smaller ones follow in the looking exhausted, follow behind. And at this point, everybody's going to need to roll initiative so we can keep track of who is winning this race.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I'll drop my token so I can. And the thing popped up.
Everybody drop tokens if you have.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I guess I can go. There we are. So tiny. Tiny little Spencer.
Do you have the thing up? I don't see it yet. I can roll initiative.
Yeah. And Jedediah, if you can roll. Alrighty. And hang on.
I'm glad that I am faster than all of you all when I'm not running.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. I'll just add you.
Yeah, Sib, if you drop your the profile, shadow, so you have to go to where it has your character and just click on the character name, and then click and drag, and you drop it onto the map. If you then click on it when you roll your initiative, it'll automatically go in.
It'll like add your name and portrait.
Yeah.
Hey. Get out there.
Or yes.
Okay.
But you rolled a 16 the first time? No, what did you roll? Or you haven't rolled yet? Yeah, no, it was your first roll. Okay, perfect.
All right, so I'm just gonna have the rats and the lizard and the dodo like roll with their kinds. Okay, so those were not great rolls. All right. So that's the rats and on the let's see, +1. And they are +2. Um, Come on. Come on. Why are you giving me problems? Sorry.
Oh, it's really persnickety about returns versus.
All right.
Yeah, you can't just like click out of it. You have to actually hit enter.
Yeah.
Ooh, boom. All right. Lizards.
Roll 20 is janky.
Mm-hmm.
So janky.
They
Yep.
all plus.
I was actually just thinking the three of us would have a race, but this is more fun.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Spencer, you go first.
I go first. Is there anything I can do that's not going to be super obvious?
Cheer.
Besides cheer my friends? Oh, yeah, no, everything else I'm going to do is going to be 2. So, yeah, cheer. Spencer's going to cheer. That's it. That's all he's going to do.
All right. So, you cheer, and that's it. Next up are the lizards. The lizards are behind the two humans. So they're actually going to attempt to attack you.
Oh, no.
You
Rude.
I did tell you they had
No rules.
some fast weapons. And you guys never made a rule about not using them.
True.
Spencer's regretting being such a gentleman at this moment. I'll get back at
I
them.
might not regret it after this.
Yo.
All right. So the first one swings out with a heavy club, and then with his which misses, he is going for you, Jed. And I'm assuming that misses. It's like let's see. Yeah, it's plus
that misses.
it's 9. So
Well, no, that misses.
and this one is also +4, so 20. And this one is his spike shield. Does 14 hit you?
Yes.
Okay. So he tries to hit you with a club, and you're like, ah! And you dodge it, but then he gets you with his spiked shield, and you take 5 piercing damage. The second lizard comes up behind you, Blanche, and is also going to try to make a couple of swings. 7 + 4.
No, it's a 15. That'll hit.
That'll hit. So that is 10 damage to you. Because he gets you right in the side with that gunk.
Ouch.
All right. And now the big guy is going to go after Jed. And he just comes and he lumbers up. And let's see. Oh, cute. And he is going to attack you with advantage with his hammer twice, because you don't have all your hit points. So first one is not going to hit anyway. And the second one will probably hit, right? So he hits you for 7 bludgeoning damage. And they keep chasing you. So that is the lizard's turn, which brings us to Blanche.
All right, well, Blanche is going to find a way to slow down so she can hit the one of the who was it just attacked us? Lizards, right? Oh, you're muted.
Yep,
The lizards.
Okay, so let's see. Is Jed within 5 feet of me? We're running to, or he's running. No, he's.
I'm right behind.
Yeah, you're running direct. He's running directly behind you. So yes.
Okay, it's just I get advantage if he's within 5 feet. So she's going to. She doesn't know it, but she feels an urge to say something. She's going to cast Booming Blade on her weapon, and she's going to strike out with her rapier. Booming Blade.
Go ahead.
Oh, I actually have to roll. Sorry, rapier. Oh yeah.
Oh,
That'll hit.
look at that.
Okay.
So, yeah, and because it's a thing, get the sneak attack gets 3 thunder because of my level, and then the rapier does the crit, which is the 11 piercing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I think I don't know how to read crit. And let me just bring up booming blade. If he moves before my next turn, he has to take another 1d8 damage.
And who was this against? Was this against
One of
the
the
one
lizards.
who hit you? One of the
Yeah,
lizards.
yeah, yeah. The one who hit me, because she's spiteful.
All right.
If he if the target willingly moves 5 feet or more before then, which is the end of my turn, he takes an extra extra damage, and the spell ends.
All right. So how much damage was that?
I see it's sneak attack 7 plus the booming blade plus. Is that 18 there at the bottom? Because it's a crit, right?
So
Also, the sneak attack damage is double.
your sneak attack damage is also crit. So you, I think, get what is your sneak attack? 2d6.
Yes.
So regular it's 2d6, so it should be 4d6.
Okay, I can do another.
So
D6.
I would take the 7 and the 9 and the 3
and
the 18.
19 and plus 3.
Thunder. Yep.
That's a lot. Wow.
Yeah, I
28.
You just killed him.
Yeah, crits with sneak attack are ludicrous. Jeez.
Yeah.
Just because, wow. Okay.
I wanted to model good sportsmanship.
Yeah.
Yeah, you turn around and it's weird.
He runs into my blade.
You have this urge to just shout, and there's a sound almost of thunder that comes from deep within as your blade finds him directly in the heart, and he just runs right into it. And the light goes out of his eyes and he slumps over. Gonna do anything else?
Yeah, shit her pants? No. She's never killed anything before. Nope, that's her turn. So. I don't know if these are the baddies or we're just supposed to help them.
I don't think we have a choice anymore.
Are we the bad guys now?
All right, Jed, it's your turn. You just got whacked twice really hard, and it hurt. And then your teammate turned around and skewered them with like magical thunder power somehow. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to stop and go for the lizard first with vampiric touch.
Oh.
Wait,
For the lizard?
for the lizard, yes.
Nope.
Oh, damn it.
No, that didn't. You reach out and you grab him, and for a second you're about to just like pull that life energy right out of him, and then you're like, "What am I doing? This doesn't make any sense." And you stop. Now, do you keep running or are you stopping?
Keep running.
Okay. Now it's the rat's turn. And the rats were out front. So basically you guys ended up being sandwiched in between. So that's a problem.
We split the party too.
Oh.
That's gonna end well. It's fine.
Yeah, doesn't it always? So let's see. All right, so they all have pack package. So basically they're going to turn around.
Ooh. Before they roll, whoever they're gonna attack, one of them, I'm gonna yell out some advice to Jed.
Oh, okay.
Blanche is getting attacked. Who's getting attacked?
They're both going to be attacked.
Okay, so let's go with Jed because he's actually taking some damage. Gonna yell out some advice to Jed about how to avoid things, and I'm gonna switch one of the rolls to a 7. One of the attack rolls using my divination dice.
Okay, so when somebody rolls with advantage, how does that work?
I just know it's just a 7. It
All right,
just
so
goes
one
to
of
a
them
7
is a 7.
plus their mods. So
Alright.
so the roll becomes a 7 regardless of anything else. And I am no longer have that 7.
They make a they try to turn around and hit you, Jed, with a crossbow, and they don't. It just at the very last second, something just sort of seems to. It's like they get distracted by your friend yelling, "Okay, now up and then go and go over there and don't serpentine, serpentine." And that distracts them enough that they just don't seem to be able to hit. The other one is going after you, madam. So, and they're going to roll with advantage. 8 plus 4 is 12. And tries to hit you with its little dagger and just can't get you. They turn and they run around. All right, so I'm going to have everyone roll a dexterity again.
Okay.
All right, that was. Oh, you know what? I didn't do the dodo. The dodo says, up about quarter the way there. That's all he does.
Actually, she's not going to use her turn to run, by the way. But that's her dexterity, I guess, for her movement. If she might have movement. She might have movement left. That's true. Okay, never mind. I'll just say it when it happens.
All right. Well, this is for the basically for what you've already done.
Oh, okay.
So, assuming you continued to run as you were fighting on this round, then.
All right. Well, I'm probably gonna go to last place then. She's got something else in mind.
Okay. So. That big lizard folk brute catches up, and now he's running side by side with you, Jebediah, while the other 2 lizards kind of go behind, and the rats, with their total whiffage, are just, they're slowed, and now you're all running almost in a pile, really. Nobody's really up and about, but assuming that Blanche is trying to get behind, she's able to sort of use her dexterity instead of running forward to sort of get out of the pack and get behind it.
Well, again, she doesn't know that this is what she. I would say what her plan is. She is horrified. She doesn't think she's supposed to kill people here in this race, and so she is like going to end up casting Goodberry. So that's going to be her action. So she's going to be left far behind.
Okay. So anyway, you've moved behind everybody, I'm assuming. Or are you still running? This is the question. Did you just run to get, because if you did run, you find yourself way out ahead.
No. She's going to stay by the person or the thing she killed.
Okay, so you've stopped, and your dexterity is strictly to sort of keep from getting run over.
Yes. Get out of things' way.
Yeah. So you're behind. Everybody else is about 25% of the way around the circle.
Okay.
All right. And we're going to go to the top of the order with Spencer.
Okay, so how far away from Spencer is the clump now?
Where were you? Were you next to your friend?
So wherever the starting line was is where I kind of hung around and.
So I'm assuming that's about right where you are.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and they would be about here, except for Blanche, who's more like there.
Okay.
So I can move Blanche over.
But how
Yeah.
far feet wise?
Yeah, you should have. That's like the equivalent of 15 feet.
15 feet. Okay. Then how to do this? Spencer's. I'm gonna take off my shoelaces from off my boots and make them into a little ball, and then throw them into the crowd, and cast web, which should make everything difficult terrain, more or less. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to snag Jebediah in the process.
Okay. Okay. You realize this is a concentration.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Which
Frank
means that I also took concentrations coming off of friends. Yep.
Yeah. So, but yes, everybody in that area is going to have to make a dex saving throw when they get up. All right. So the first is going to be the lizards, who aren't that dexterous, but let's see. What's your DC?
15.
Yeah, I don't think neither of them are going to make it. So and they become
Stuck, I think.
yeah. All right. If the webs are difficult terrain, if the webs aren't anchored between two solid masses or layered across the floor, have a depth of 5 feet. It's restrained. So they're going to use their actions to make strength checks against, again, the spell DC, because
Yeah.
they're restrained. So the lizard is a +3. So he's going to do his, he's going to use his action to break free, or to try to, rather. 16. So he's able to break 3. That's his action, and he's going to then end up running. And the other ones, oh, they also are able to break free, but they can't make any attacks now because
And it's still difficult terrain. So even if they're free,
terrain, so they're not going to get as far. All right, but they're going to. We'll see how quickly they are able to run later. And let's see. Then, no, actually, it is Blanche's turn.
Yep, and I'm back. I forgot to type, but I am. Yeah,
Welcome
so
back.
thanks. She's overcome by this like desire to fix what she did, and as she does, she finds that some berries appear in her hand, and she feels like what she should do is put one of these berries in the mouth of the person that the creature she just killed. So that's what she does. With her action, and then I guess her bonus action is to feed it.
Yep. So, yeah, you can do it as a bonus action.
Okay. I mean, she still has her movement, and she kind of doesn't want to be around this creature when it gets up.
Mm-hmm.
So she will then take her movement. Yeah, in that case.
Yeah. So you shove it in its mouth and then pop up. Roll a dex for me.
Okay.
Okay. So He is going to be able to make an attack of opportunity against you, but I don't think he's going to do it. So I was just going to see how
Oh, okay.
quickly you get
Get
away,
away
from him.
Okay, yeah.
Like before he came to, but
Yeah.
you know, you stay long enough to notice that his eye starts to flutter open.
Okay.
He looks at you and he's just like sitting there with his mouth open going, he still looks like crap. Now as you go forward, you can see that people are stuck in this like webbing. What do you do? Do you go around it?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go around it.
All right. I think that
Acrobatics?
It's
you know
only
what?
20 feet.
It's 20 feet. I think that
Mhm.
if you want to,
Okay.
you'll have to go a little bit up
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
around, but you can do it.
Okay.
Let's see. So that brings us now to Jed. It is Jed's turn.
I need to escape, don't I?
Yeah, you need a saving throw.
Strength. I hope you're good at those.
No, first is the dex saving throw.
Oh, yeah. You might not even be grappled. Let's hope you're not even grappled.
Oh yeah, you're grappled.
Damn it.
Now you need the strength.
Sorry, John.
Oh
was
dear,
trying
this
to
is going to
help.
be embarrassing. Wait, what?
Wow.
Well, there you go.
All right, so you are able to, it takes your whole action, but you're able to pull out of it. So, very good. Is there anything else that you can do? Like with the bonus action or anything? I don't want to assume.
Well, I can't cast now, can I? So it's just going to
Do
be.
you have a
running.
bonus action thing to cast?
I don't think so. No. Nope, I'm just going to have to run.
Okay, so that brings us to the rats. Now, I'm going to I'm going to assume that one of them, but not both of them, got stuck because there's only so many people who can be stuck in 20 feet. So, all right. So, one of them will make its dex save and pass. So he's able to spring himself, jump out of the way as he sees the web sort of congealing underneath it. Now, these two actually have their actions, and they are going to use it. Let's see. On odds, they will attack Red. On evens, they will go after a lizard. So, odds. All right. One of them again runs out a little bit ahead, turns around, and attempts to hit you with a thing with advantage, which is 12 plus, what is it, 4, I think? Yeah, 16.
That'll hit.
That is 6 damage.
Okay, and I would use Hellish Rebuke this time.
Oh, all right. How much does he take?
2d10. Oh, there,
Right.
there's a save in there, isn't there?
All right, what kind of save?
DC 14.
Of
Dex.
Dex. Okay. So D20. Oh yeah, he makes it.
Oh,
In that
no.
case, he takes half damage.
So yeah, he takes. So one of them gets singed a bit. And actually, these aren't tough guys, so they look a little bloodied. The other one comes after you with a tries to stick you with advantage with his dagger. I'm just gonna go 20 twice. So 10 plus 4, 14 hit.
I'll hit.
All right. So that is 4 damage.
Not looking good.
All right, guys. One of your teammates is taking a beating.
Okay. Just hold
All right.
up.
And the dodo shakes his head, becomes quite furious. You can just see him.
Nope.
So he, with more speed than you could imagine, takes a look at you and he runs right at you. And he is going to get there. And he is going to try to hit you with his beak. And this is a +4 to hit, so 20.
Yeah, no, that definitely hits.
All right. And that is 6 slashing damage with his beak. And he's like,
Right.
"You're not my friend. You're just a pretender." All right, which brings us to Spencer.
Okay, well, I can't quite help you because I got a dodo next to me. Was gonna be helpful, but not anymore. Sorry. I'm going to yep, I'm gonna thunder step away from him. So he's gonna do a con save. Gotta just be super scared and scream and run away. Good.
All right, 20 plus 1. So that is oh yeah, he doesn't make it.
Yeah.
So that's 13 damage.
He takes 13 damage.
Okay, he is bloodied.
Okay, well, good. And I am going to teleport to, I forget how far I can teleport. Within range of this spell, which some amount.
It says 90 foot.
90 feet. So I'm gonna teleport over full 90 feet away. If that gets me to the other side of the field, then that's cool. But all 90 feet of
So
it.
you're now keeping in mind that we're making this relative because you're tiny little creatures now. You can't run. You can't actually run 30 feet. But we're assuming it's like everything is relative to each other because you're all about the same size. Okay. So
And that's it. That's all I got for my.
Okay. So this brings us again to the lizards. All right. But first, all right, so you are now, Blanche is now in the lead. You've made it almost halfway, not quite halfway. But you were the only one who avoided the trap completely.
Okay.
The rats are right behind you. And Jed and the lizards are all in a pile, and Jed looks like shit.
Do your thing again. Do your vampire touch again. Heal yourself.
Actually, as she runs by him, she's gonna say, "Get out of the race. I'm out."
Okay. So it is the lizard's turn. The lizards may not let him.
Oh no.
So the lizards actually, I will also do the odds. Odds they go after Jed, evens after the rats. Odds they go after Jed. And evens. All right, so the brute is going after the rats, but the little one, not the little one, just one little one is going after you.
Didn't one of them die earlier?
Yes, so there was only one of the little lizards left.
Yet.
And he's gonna try to bite you first, so. And he's going to bite you. So that is 5 damage.
Are
Ow.
you down?
Not quite.
And now he's going to try to come back with his club.
Oh no.
He misses you.
Yay.
Just hold up a little bit.
The other lizard looks up, looks around, and he gets out of the race. He's like, no, I've got 1 hit point left. He's just wanders off. The brute is going after he's going to go after the one that's already been fought. So he is going after, yeah, he's going to hit him. And actually, he ends up, I'm sure he ends up killing the other one of the rat folk. He kills, and then he tries to bite the other one that he. Oh, I didn't roll him with advantage, so I should just to be. Yeah. Okay. So then he swings. He tries to bite the other rat and misses him. So now you have 1 rat. He just whiffed. He just killed, and the other he tries to bite but doesn't. And now I'm going to have everybody roll dexterity again. Oh wait, no, I haven't gotten all the way through. What am I doing?
God,
All right, it's your turn, Blanche.
Blanche isn't sure she should go back and try to save Jed, but then again, he's a man, so he should be able to handle himself, according to the theories I've heard. So yeah, she's gonna. She knows she can bring people back from the dead now, so she's just gonna take the dash action. Oh, you're muted. You know.
Sorry, that gets you roughly to there.
Nice.
So you are doing well. You're almost 3/4 of the way through. Okay. And let's see. Jed, it's your turn.
Oh.
So,
You've just watched somebody climb out.
yeah, but I'm going to be cheeky and do the Misty Step back to the start line.
Okay. So, yeah, you go back to the start.
Gonna Misty step back to
No, if I go to the other side of the start line, I can step across and go, I win.
You can.
You
Assuming
are
it's enough distance.
next to the angry dodo bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the dodo's not angry with me, is he?
He's angry.
Well, maybe he'll be happy.
I mean, if
what?
that's a risk you want to take. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So you've Misty stepped over to the dodo. Now what do? He's looking right at you with a little bit of surprise.
I'm just
And
finishing this race. That's all. Don't worry. It's going to be over. We can get on to the next one.
He just sort of goes and glares at you. All right. So there is 1 rat left. And he is up with the other. Let's see. He is up with the lizard folk brute and the lizard folk. He's not going to get very well away from them. He doesn't have advantage anymore. He's just going to try to hit him with a dagger. Nope. He does not get the brute. So, and he's going to keep running. Alrighty. This brings us to the dodo bird, who looks at you and says, "Ah, cheating."
We didn't set these rules.
Peak. And
13 would
13
hit.
plus what? It's plus 4. 17.
That would
Alright.
definitely hit.
And that is 6 damage.
Ow.
Are you still up?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow. All right. Which yeah, that's all he does. So that brings us to the top of the order.
All right. Well, I am just gonna grab my short bow and shoot at the dodo. Then, fine. This is how we're playing now.
Okay. That hits.
22, a 7.
You can describe it to death.
Oh. All right. Well, being the great marksman that Spencer is, pulls back the arrow and just right through the eyes. Always the eyes. But you know, that's what he's trained to do. That's how you hunt down the turkeys and whatnots.
Not through the eyes usually. That's a hard shot. But I think
it's a good. I think it's a good shot. Like
it
that's
is a
what you're
good
supposed to
shot.
do.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're supposed to do is like the head and eye bits, so that
Okay. Honestly,
it's
I don't
quicker.
know. I've never been
It's
turkey hunting.
also lower. Yeah. Okay. It doesn't ruin the rest of the meat that you want to eat because you don't want to eat the head bits.
Well, it goes straight through his cornea, rips through the back of his skull, and he flops down. Just a big, sightless dodo bird, dead.
Sorry, Mr.
Alright.
Dodo. And that's how the
Not
last
sorry.
dodo died.
We've done it again.
Now, all right, so the lizards are basically going to kill the rat. I don't even think we need to play that out. That
Okay.
rat is dead. But what are you going to do, Blanche? Are you going to keep running?
Well, what does she see the dodo bird go down from an arrow?
Yes.
And she ran past Spencer, so she knows where that arrow came from.
Yes.
She's just gonna say, "Jed, run!" And she's gonna backtrack, and she's just gonna start climbing out of the pit. This is. I don't know who the bad guy. I don't know if we're supposed to kill these people, but I don't want anyone else to die. And so she's out. She's outsies.
Okay.
Big nope from her. This was a mistake.
All right. And that Jed, what do you do?
Aside from stepping across the line at this point.
Yes.
You're
the winner.
Gonna win.
I didn't take any healing stuff, so yeah, just step across the line and sit down and breathe.
All right.
So you're not running. Okay.
He's gotta win the race.
But he could get out of this and dash across here to get to you.
Why? The dodo's dead.
Yeah.
Well, there's other things coming.
Well,
They
as it
left.
turns out, as you're having this argument, the lizards run. They get to the end. They see you.
Uh-oh.
They look at the line. They look at the dodo bird. they see you, I'm going to have them roll an intelligence check. Just one. Lizard folk, the brute, and then the other ones. The brute talks and says, "Well, I don't. You killed the dodo. I mean, you didn't kill him. Your friend killed him. Did you win?"
I do believe I did.
Yes, I do believe you did. You won. Fancy that. We've never had a winner. Ah,
Yes, well, we might need to add a few rules to make it a bit more competitive, perhaps less bloody, but yeah, good race.
the brute goes over and he kind of rifles about under the dodo bird's feathers, and he pulls out a thimble and he says, "Here's your prize." And
Wow.
he hands you a thimble of wisdom.
Blanche starts cheering from across the pit. Looks at Spencer with a glare, like, follow suit. We want to encourage them.
Encourage. Okay. Yes.
And they all begin to clap. Just cheering. They say, "Yeah, it's a good day's racing." That's what I say.
Yes.
All right, then. Well, I guess we should be going. The race is over.
Yeah.
It's never been over before.
Well, you can do it again in future, but maybe don't kill each other. It's more fun when you can run against the same people over and over again.
Huh. I never thought about it that way.
Yes, no fighting.
Yes, you get,
Just racing.
rivalries built up, and it really motivates you to exercise. Train.
Train? Oh, there's no train around here. You've got to go quite a ways if you want to catch the train.
How far
Anyway.
away exactly?
Yeah.
I'm not there.
Yeah.
I mean, I still want to ask. I guess I can
Yeah.
jog over.
Now
sorry.
that people aren't killing each other, it's a bit safer. Come back over.
Do you ask them about the train?
Yes.
Oh, well, I never seen it. Yeah, you got to go past. You got to go past. Well, there's the forest, and then there's the queen, and there's a forest also. It's not there. I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you for your help. We do greatly appreciate the challenge.
Yeah. Good racing.
Yes.
Good racing.
Well fought. Oh, and I sort of killed one of your friends, but I fixed him. He's on the other side of the track, I think. He might need a couple
They
of
look
days
around.
to rest up.
Oh, Larry will be fine. Yeah.
Might have a heart arrhythmia.
With Mia? Who's he with?
I think it's
He
time
ain't
we
with
go.
me. Is he? No, he's over there.
She looks at Spencer and she's like, "Am I drunk or are they?"
I believe this is still the effects of that stuff we drank. They might have drank some of their own.
Well done, Jed. Gives him her hand.
Yeah,
Thanks.
good job, Jen.
Thank you. Thank
You look terrible. You look like you got beat to hell.
Yeah, there's not usually this much fighting in my life.
Oh. Well, these berries seem to help, and she holds out 9 good berries. You want to eat them?
You want to
Yeah.
eat them?
Okay, you have to say that out loud.
I'm eating them.
They
Okay.
are very delicious, and you find yourself feeling a little better.
9 points better.
Yay. Back up to 15 hit points.
Yeah.
Woot. Well, I think my friends and I think we have a rather important date to get to, so we'll be heading off.
Which way?
Well, if you've got important dates, don't keep them waiting. You know how the ladies are.
Yeah, yes. I do, and I kind of look over at Blanche.
She
I
rolls
do.
her eyes.
And they kind of wander off looking a little befuddled, but kind of also kind of happy. Happier than they've seen before.
Whew.
Woot. Okay. Well, that was quite an interesting experience we had there.
Yeah.
Yes. Quite.
What is that thing that they gave you as your prize?
It's a thimble.
Symbol. Would you mind if I take a look at it?
Go ahead.
All right, and I'm going to sit here and give it a good old think over and cast Identify on it.
Sure. This is a thimble of wisdom. And what it does, it is a +1 to your wisdom score, and it requires attunement, and it gives you advantage on wisdom saves.
Oh.
Oh. Well, which one of you rely on wisdom?
Me.
It ain't me. Okay.
I'm at a 17. So
Okay.
it would put me up to
Well,
18.
then probably women can always use a little bit more wisdom.
I'm the only one who knows what to do with a thimble, because I'm the only one probably has done any work with her hands.
So sewing, yes, it's quite appropriate for you.
Yeah. Well, if you have a shirt that tears, you can learn how to do it yourself.
Are you going to take the hour to attune to it, or?
Well, do you want to take a short rest? And you can. I probably shouldn't have given you the good berries. You've eaten already, but it's fine. I've got more spells. But yeah, you could roll some hit dice if you wanted to, Jed, and I can attune to it.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
Mm-hmm. And actually, she might take 2 hit dice too.
Yeah, so I guess we're gonna sit around.
Yep. Okay. So, I get advantage on my wisdom, so I'll just make a note of that. But I'll change. That's not an actual magical item that I can drop in, right?
I don't think it's a real one, like in the
In the compendium.
Yeah, it's a special for this thing.
Yes. Okay. So I'll do it by hand. That's
bend. That's a pretty easy one though. That's pretty. I'm gonna use my arcane recovery to get my 3rd level spell slot back. That's about it.
Okay. Yeah.
I was real tempted to fireball
So is that the
way.
hit dice on the...
Correct. Have you rolled those before?
No.
Sorry, was that no?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so yeah, normally you don't want to do it as close as you can get to your hit points, but if you get within like a couple and you roll high, you're just gonna use the points. So, and yeah, perfect.
Alrighty. So you spend about an hour. Let's see. You're just sort of like fascinated with this thimble, and it just gives off this almost a weird vibe to you. And by the time you're done, just sort of looking it over and holding it on your finger and thinking about all the sewing you did when you were little and, the samplers that they made you sit and do and used to drive you crazy. But you feel a little bit different. It's like you have been given a thimble of wisdom. On. And let's see. You are puzzling. By that I mean Spencer is puzzling over some of the things he's done. And he feels, takes a deep breath and he feels almost like, yeah, I could, now that I think about it, I might even be able to do that again. I don't know what I did.
Oh, I have no shoelaces.
You can go get your shoelaces.
Yes, I will dig through the webs for my shoelaces.
The webs have disappeared at this point because you, I'm assuming, dropped.
Oh
stuff.
yeah, it does. It only lasts so long too as well.
Yeah,
I don't even.
So.
Yeah, or it lasts up to an hour, but I can stop focusing on it and let them.
Yeah. And you feel remarkably better, Jed, after just sitting, eating some berries and chilling for an hour. You're just happy as can be. So you get up, and as you look around, you see that there does appear to be a path that continues along. And, a big wide lawn, and beyond it, some forest. What do you guys do?
Well, I think we have to go into the forest, don't we?
That seems to be what the creature suggested. Quite fascinating all around. I believe it's probably our best bet to find our host and maybe a way out.
He mentioned a queen, did he not?
He did.
Queen would certainly know about where the train was.
Oh yes. Do not know if you know this, but I am from a noble family. You do know this. I have mentioned it every time that I have.
Yeah.
You know this.
Every time it becomes relevant.
Yes, which is all the time. So yes, you already know this, but I'm sure that she will know my family, and we will be welcomed in her castle or wherever she may reside.
I think using your family ties to pull strings is not a bad idea.
Assuming she's human.
Well, what else would she be?
Well, I've never met a talking dodo or lizard or rat before.
Oh, just the vapors, my dear. Just the vapors. Do not worry. It'll go away soon.
Oh,
Yes, you didn't feel their teeth.
Is Freud around yet?
No, not yet. Sorry. Not for another 30, 40 years.
Okay.
Sorry.
Are you sure we're in the 1870s? I'm bad at knowing.
I think it was like in the early 19. I want to say now. I'm gonna look it up because.
All right, you look that up. Because otherwise I'm right.
Oh no, he might be. He's definitely alive. He's 20 something. I don't know if he's written anything by 20 something.
Probably not.
Yeah. So he is alive. He's just I don't know necessarily. Yeah.
And he's writing. He's working in German as well. So.
Yeah, 1881 was when he became a doctor. So.
All right.
Probably won't be known for a while.
All right, let's head into the forest.
Unfortunately, because otherwise you could tell. All right, so you're heading away from the path and into the forest.
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, I should also say that I've got this thing about forest is my favorite terrain, so I get some
Ah,
benefits. Like we can't get like lost, and I'll find them all. And
Oh, you can find food for us.
yes, I can.
That might be kind of nice.
all right.
I'll look it up and then I'll post it.
Well, you can roll a survival while we're about it.
Yep. Anyone is particularly good, I'm a 4.
You're probably the best at it. I am all book smarts.
Survival. No, I've only got
That's
one.
wisdom. Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, hey, let's see if that paid off. Look.
Look at that. Yeah. Because yeah, I'm all intelligence, and like a little bit of constitution. Also, I rolled badly, so I have one really good stat, and everything else is mediocre.
Yeah. So, oh, sorry.
Oh, natural explorer. Oh, it's spamming. It's telling me I don't have the hand. So I'll just look it up in a book and get back to you. Sorry.
For right now, you have no problem, even though you guys are very small and you've never been in a forest ball this small. You know, you're able to sort of find your way. You find some berries that you know. Oh, these are actually fine. These aren't poisonous. So you guys manage to eat a little bit as you're walking along, and eventually you find yourself here. Come on, stupid thing. In a little field full of flowers and mushrooms, and you see a caterpillar smoking a hookah.
Well,
I believe some of the smoke from his pipe must have gotten to us, because that man looks an awful lot like a caterpillar.
yes, this is most curious. Curiouser and curious.
Do you believe it's safe to speak with him, or will he attack us like the other creatures?
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out, and there are 3 of us, and
Suppose that's a good reasoning.
So
we'll
you
approach.
He looks at you, takes a long drag on his hookah, and blows a smoke ring in your face.
I inhale it. As I turn
It
my head.
smells good. A little weird, but good. He says, "Who are you?"
I am I
do
am
not
Spencer Harrison. These are my from the Harrison family. You might have heard of them. They are quite famous.
I have
these-
not.
Well,
She giggles. Blanche giggles.
these are my companions, Miss Blanche and Sir Jebediah.
Dead. Gaia.
Jedediah. One of these.
Debadiah. It's a curious
Jed
name.
will be fine.
And may we
Jed
ask your
will be
names?
fine for what?
For you to call me by.
Why would I call you by it if it's not your name?
It's an abbreviation of my name. It prevents people missaying it.
He just smokes.
Sir, we were hoping you might be able to give us direction to the Queen.
He takes a deep breath and blows a ring, and he says, "You've got ways to go to the Queen."
In which direction?
Direction. Perhaps east.
All right, so she'll do a survival check to look at the sun to see if she can kind of orient east, hoping that it's like Earth. Oh. Nope.
Yeah, it's very, you're so in the undergrowth here.
Mm-hmm.
He continues to blow smoke at you, and he says, "Recite me a poem."
I'm sure that I know one for you, sir. God, do I? Who's a poet from Victorian age?
I've got one I can throw out there.
You gotta go for it. I should be better at this. I have an English degree. Why do I not know Victorian era poets?
So Blanche will step forward while Spencer is sort of stumbling and trying to think of a line and say, "I must go down to the seas again, to the lonely sea and the sky, and all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by, and the wheels kick and the wind's song and the white sails shaking, and a grey mist on the sea's face and a grey dawn breaking." And she steps back.
Thank you.
Does a little curtsy.
He takes a deep breath and says, "Why are you here?"
Well, I was big and now I'm little and I'm trying to find a way to get out and get big again.
The mushrooms. Some make you big, some make you small.
These mushrooms?
Yes.
He looks at Spencer and Jed.
Is there a way to tell which is which?
By the side.
What about the sunny side? Is that the side you're talking about?
No.
You're the wiser one. I feel like you should know.
You're the one that didn't know the poem.
Have you thought of a poem to tell him? Maybe he'll give us more information.
I mean, I have, but
well, then let's hear it.
Very well. Why must he put me on the spot? He claps the crask with crooked hands, close the sun in lonely lands. Ring it with azure world he stands, the wrinkled sea beneath his crawl. He watches from his mountain's walls, and like a thunderbolt he falls.
That was completely wrong.
No. It doesn't rhyme. Sorry.
I liked it.
You said it completely wrong.
I apologize. I'm more of a science enthusiast, not literature.
What do you know of science?
Oh, I can tell you why the sun sets and rises every morning.
Not every morning.
Well,
Everyone knows that.
Well, if not every morning, when has it not set and risen?
When it has risen and set.
Hmm.
Anyone knows that.
Well, I can also tell you there's a new chap who speaks of the origin of all creatures.
Ah,
He can explain where all creatures come from.
they come from their mothers. Everyone knows that. You don't need a scientist to tell you that a creature comes from whence it comes from, which is its own mother.
Ah. Yes, but did you know that not all creatures look like this? Many, many years ago. Millions of years ago, in fact.
I am not going to always look like this. One day I shall be a butterfly. And then I shall look a million years different too.
I suppose that is true for creatures like you.
Blanche is going to sit down at this point and slide on the gloves and start to fan herself.
You get smaller.
That would have been more practical and less revolting.
It's a fan.
Nobody move?
All right, I'm going to try one of these mushrooms. Which side is the bigger side? You liked my poem?
The left.
Is left or our left? Probably it's their left. All right, so I go and take a bite from the side on their left.
How big of a bite do you take?
She's like she's bobbing for apples. Just hunch. A mouth.
All right. Roll a d6. You get back up to the size you were at before.
Oof. Okay. Keep going down. I don't want to. How far down before I'm just between blades of grass? She'll also like take some of the other gather some mushroom off of the side that she's had, and put it in the left side of her a bag on the left side of her body, and then go on the right side and take some more and put it in a bag on the right side of her body. Left bigger. No. Yeah, right.
Yes.
Left bigger, right smaller.
Should we try more of the left side and go back to normal size?
Well, I don't know. We seem to be the right size for her.
Yes, but
we might not wish to crush our gracious host.
That is true. We can walk a bit away from our host and return back to our size. But if we wish to make it to the queen, it probably will take us very long if we continue at the pace we're going, at the size we're at.
I don't even know what direction we're going, or if we're going in the right direction.
It's a perfectly good size.
It certainly has its advantages.
Yes.
If you had wings, you would fly there.
Yes. Unfortunately, we do not have wings, and unlike you, we will not be getting any.
True.
So we must make do with what we got, and fortunately, what we got is making ourselves slightly bigger so that we can travel slightly faster.
Go away.
All right. Well, do you want to?
Fare thee well.
Not gonna argue with that. Sounds good.
Yeah, we wander off.
Everybody can make a wisdom save now.
You have advantage on yours, Christy.
And I do now. I do. For reminding me. Save area.
Oh.
Didn't help.
Doesn't matter.
I'm
Yeah, didn't
sorry.
help.
Wow.
All right, so everybody's gonna have to roll a d6.
Oh. Don't know what that means, but you know.
All right. So as you go on, we'll start with Jedediah. You have trouble. You find that you have some difficulty just keeping the sense of time in your head. You know, sometimes it seems like as you walk along that it's only been a few seconds, but then you look back and you've gone quite a ways. And sometimes it seems like you've been walking forever and haven't gotten anywhere. You can't seem to remember how long a day is supposed to be. Just time and your sense of time is very confusing to you. Now, Spencer and Blanche, you kind of feel a little, how do you put it? You're having a bit of an identity crisis.
Okay.
Like, you know, Spencer, you're a man of science.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was going along swimmingly. You knew exactly who you were and what you liked and didn't like. You knew which way was up and which way was down. And now everything is topsy-turvy, and it's making you feel like you don't know who you are anymore. If that makes sense.
Right.
And Blanche, on the other hand, you're just overwhelmed with this place is so confusing. And you've been growing and shrinking and growing and shrinking. It's like you don't feel like yourself anymore somehow. You feel like a different person than when you woke up this morning.
I don't have to roleplay that. This game is trippy.
All right. And I have to make a quick bio break, and I will be right back.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I can't wait to find a queen.
It's interesting because when I've watched Alice, you watch Alice experience this. But to be in the middle of it, it is feeling like, are we the insane ones? Are we the people who just don't have the right grasp on reality? Everyone else seems to make sense.
What was in
of their
those
words.
cigars?
Yeah.
Oh, those cigars.
Oh, you still have your treacle.
I still have the treacle.
Oh, and
Not
I
that-
saw.
I can sit. I mean, it's gonna take. I can identify, so we can sit around and identify things if we.
Oh
really...
yeah, like the medallion and
Yeah, the medallion and the medallion. I'm pretty sure said to stick it on a weapon, right?
Right. So the question is what it does.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can just stick it on a weapon and hope for the best.
I will do that when Chris.
Yeah, but the gloves or the fan, I forget which one of them is gonna make us shrink.
Well, I'm not.
The fan made.
I think so. Yeah, the fan was glowing, not the gloves.
Okay, yeah. So the fan probably. So we probably don't need to necessarily identify that because we already.
That shrinks you.
We already know that. Which leaves us with the flask later.
The flask of treacle.
Yeah. So I can sit and try to identify that.
Cool. That's a very handy spell.
It is a very handy spell. It's also a ritual, which is very nice for spell slots.
And when you're just walking in the woods and
you
have 10 minutes to sit down.
Yep. And thankfully, I have not. Oh, I should have spent hit die. Ha! I didn't take that. I didn't take that much damage, but
Okay.
I just looked and was like, "Huh, I'm at 37. That's lower than I'm supposed to be at."
You didn't
When
go
I
down to
rolled
six.
when I rolled my HP, all I got were 7s and 8s, which is the highest I can get. And I was just like, "Oh my god!" So I am like a super buff wizard, like the highest that I can be a wizard HP.
Well,
We
you're
should
an
do the
athlete.
vampire touch on you then.
Oh, I was really hoping you would reuse your vampiric touch. Because I still have a die left that I can change someone's to.
Oh yeah.
So I was really hoping you were going to.
So what does that do exactly?
I could literally just change a die roll.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, we talked because it's
Oh,
7. Right?
vampiric.
Yeah. I shouldn't have played like the pronoun. Pronoun game.
No, sorry, the vampiric touch. It's a spell attack, but you heal the damage that you do.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have it too. It's the only reason that I know what it does.
Yeah,
You make a melee spell attack and
melee
on a
spell,
hit-
3d6 damage and regain points to half, unless you miss.
It's really good as a DM.
It's also it's also concentration. So you could have used that up again.
Oh, you could have mulled it up multiple times.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it goes like you cast it on. I think it works kind of like Smite does for a paladin, where you cast it.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you get to either. I mean, there's nothing that says that you stop, but yeah, it's concentration. So
yeah, you wait till it just goes off.
either I think until it goes off. Yeah, so you could have hit with it again. Sid.
Damn it.
Well,
Yeah,
it's good to learn these things.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. I was actually I have it and I hadn't read through it, but yeah, that's what it says. A creature within your reach, concentration up to a minute. So.
Oh, okay. And
so
doesn't
probably
end
more
when the
than
spell
once.
ends. Yeah.
No, so I think you might be able to do it multiple times. Maybe
Nice.
I'd have to ask Chrisi on that.
But if it doesn't, rules is written. If it doesn't say it discharges when this, when you spell ends, when it goes
on a hit, the target
happens.
takes. I don't think it does. I don't know. I don't think it does go away.
The touch of your shadow wreathed hand can siphon life force from others to heal your wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Make a melee spell attack against a creature within your reach. On hit, target takes 3d6 necrotic damage.
Mm-hmm.
And you regain hit points equal to half.
Yeah.
Until the spell ends, you can make this attack again on each of your turns.
Yeah. So
Yeah, when you got a hit.
Yeah, but you can
hit.
so you can cast it once and just keep doing that until you lose concentration or a minute goes up.
Yeah,
like Spirit Guardians or
Neat.
concentration. No, it's good. Like playing this character, which she has Find Familiar, and I learned about owls and how you can use owls to use the help action. And one of my players in my game isn't really using their owl properly, and I tell them how to do it.
Yes.
So like it's good to play as a DM.
Yeah.
Different characters.
It really is, because I end up I get it. I end up asking everybody else how their spells work, because I was like, I have no idea. There's so many spells. There's so many skills.
Yeah.
You tell me how it works. I have no idea how it works.
You can't. Yeah, but you play this and play that, and you get the popular common ones.
Yeah.
Have a yeah. Okay. We can continue.
Sorry.
We were gonna. While you were gone, we decided that Spencer was gonna try to do the identify stuff to the treacle.
Okay.
Oh, and
Sure, go ahead.
Blanche was going to put the medallion on her rapier.
Okay. You now, when you sort of go and you try to, I'll do the rapier first because that's a little easier. When you sort of wiggle it around, it's almost like it's magnetic, and it magnetizes and just sucks into the hilt. And you have a +1 rapier.
Woo.
Nice.
Yay!
And you know what that does.
Yeah, I'll just drop that in.
And it looks just a little bit shinier.
Ooh.
You look at the treacle, and Basically, you have a greater healing potion.
Oh,
This is
okay.
this world's version of
Version of-
greater healing potion
Okay,
is treacle.
cool. So I'll let you know that. I keep wanting to call you Perry, but I know it's not Perry, and I'm sorry.
Is it because of the avatar still?
It's that, and it's like that's how during Christie's game, that's how I met you. So I just like
Yeah.
this is Perry. No, it's not Perry. Not Perry.
All right.
It's Jed.
Yeah,
Jed.
when you do your picture, put it in paint and add the phrase "not Perry" to
Yeah.
your token. Just yeah. So that's yeah. That was 10 minutes or whatever.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you keep walking along. Do me another survival check, Christy.
Yep. Coming up.
All right. You see, and you hear, just sort of the sounds and the smells of civilization, and you are able to guide your troop through the forest and out the other side, and you find yourself in a lovely and well-appointed neighborhood with several. Have you guys gotten up or down in terms of your?
No, we stayed the same size.
All right. You find yourselves in toweringly high houses, much like the house you left before, except one of them looks even like it's in even worse shape, like there's recently been a fire
Mm-hmm.
and it's all fallen apart. One of them looks very nice, but is guarded by very, to your eyes, large frog people in uniform.
Okay.
And yeah, that's all you can see from where you're at. Anyway, you're tiny. You can't see forever.
All right,
Yeah.
she'll get out the left side pouch. Start giving people crumbs of mushrooms so we can properly space out growing.
Hopefully.
Okay. Also, Spencer, I think you were also. Spencer was going to say we start at the same time.
Hmm?
Were you going to say something, R&D? I think we started talking.
No, just hopefully that we grow.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I hope that we grow bigger.
So, yes, give everybody break it up into small pieces and say, just start small, small pieces and work your way. Don't just eat the whole mouthful at one go. Don't want you to be a
Small
giant.
pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So with little nibbles, you go up a little and up a little and up a little, and eventually you can get yourself. You have to sort of look around and use the clues of what's around you. You find yourself in a to be about the right size to be walking around to the houses.
Okay.
Should you want to do that?
Maybe not the. Well, are there any creatures around the one that's been burnt out?
Roll me a perception.
Okay. I should, become prepared to these.
You don't see any sign of anybody in there. It looks like as you look at it, clearly something happened to this house. There's signs of fire damage. There's signs of almost as if it was broken apart from the inside in places. It looks almost hollowed out, but it looks like it was a really beautiful house at one point. And with your perception, you notice that the name on the gate is very familiar to you, and it's Lepin.
Oh.
In lapin, as in rabbit. Oh, that's French for rabbit.
Perhaps so.
Yeah, point this out.
Oh, believe maybe we should try to investigate why that building was burnt down.
Hmm.
Maybe our gracious host is this is where he was heading.
Yes, that's true. Yes, let's have a look inside. And also, we have a memory of the geography of the house we're in above ground. I presume front area and where the music was and the dining area. We can compare the layout, see if the layout of this house is similar.
You can try it.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if that's perception.
This is what you see when you're there. You can see it's hollowed out. The trees are blocking it from this area, but you can see how if you had walked around on the side, which is actually the side that you were coming from, that's where all the fire damage and the breakage is.
It's scary looking. But yeah, let's I go to the front door and assume it's not locked.
It's gone, so
Okay.
yeah. You can walk right in to the horrible mess. So let's see. You can roll. Oh gosh, you can roll me
Whoa.
intelligence.
Everybody?
Yeah, as you go in. If you're all looking together, you can just all roll intelligence. Yeah, all of you notice that it does bear. The house that you were in was beautiful and well kept and not falling down and horrible and abandoned. But I mean, it seems like stuff is in the same place. You recognize the style of the banisters.
Let's go into this. Remember, he took us back to have cigars, and there was one room that was locked.
Oh yeah, we can try to find that. That seems like a good idea.
So we'll walk to the back of the house or wherever he took us to his library.
It's basically down. Oh, now it's not going to do the pinging. It's down that long hall
Mm-hmm.
to the side. So you head there, and you do find yourself in the remains of a library. And there is, in fact, a locked door there.
Locked?
You were particularly good with unlocking that one door that we had
It's
before.
a little bit less busted up here.
In the back area?
In the back, yeah, in this area.
I'll go check out the bookshelves.
Roll perception or investigation. Let's see. What are you looking for specifically?
Any books that survived, any scraps, any notes, keys.
You find this library is a little bit different. There are still books of games and still books about sports, but there's also books about history and poetry, and a lot of them are in terrible condition and very hard for you to read, but he does appear to have had, or whoever was here, had a much wider range of interests. There's a book about the nature of time itself, which kind of catches your eye because you're having trouble with time.
Oh yeah, I'm taking that book. We're picking that book up.
Okay.
And I'm assuming it's also in poor condition.
It is in poor condition. If you wanted to spend an hour, you could possibly get a general idea of what it said.
What if I cast mending?
You could try it. Okay. It is improved. You're able to reattach and recreate the binding. A few missing pages seem themselves back, but they don't necessarily have the words on them. But any pages that were torn or crumpled or sooty look better and are much more legible. It would still take you time. Like, this is a thick book about, and it appears to be scientific. So it's not like you're just going to sit there and skim it and learn about the nature of time. But you, with a short thing, you do notice there are a few little notes in the corners, little notes in the margins. And those you could look through in a couple minutes.
I'm going to take my time and try to make sense of a few of them towards the beginning of the book, assuming it follows the same progression as books in the real world.
All right. So let me move on to the other two before we go through that.
I'm going to dust off a little spot on the floor to sit down and have a good old hard think about magic. And cast detect magic.
Okay. What is the range of detect magic?
30 feet of me.
There's definitely something in that locked room.
Okay. So I think we need to Blanche, you were quite good with unlocking that door earlier. Do you think you might be able to take a gander at this one?
I can have a go. That +3.
It clicks, the lock undoes, and the door swings open. And you find yourself in a gentleman's study, one that is not nearly as damaged. It still has damage, but it's just not as bad. It's still, it looks like this, whatever happened to this room touched this room, whatever happened to this house touched this room less than it touched other things.
Mm-hmm.
Spencer, you said you felt something in here?
Yes. We should look around and see what we can find.
Okay.
So.
Well, I mean, I can help you investigate. I don't really know what you're looking for, but I can help.
All right. How long is detect magic up? Will it just bring
10
you
minutes? It's concentration up to 10 minutes, so.
Yeah. You go over and you find a deck of cards that is just oozing magic off of it.
Oh no. I know. R&D knows what this is.
Is this a deck of many things?
But Spencer does not know what this is.
I would love to see a deck of many things. That would be amazing.
This is how it all ends.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get your soul sucked out.
I whatever it is, it seems to be coming from this deck. Not seems rather ordinary, but I get a sensation that there's something more to it.
Hmm. Blanche would like to look at them. Do they look like normal cards? Are they a tarot deck? Is it?
They look like a deck of playing cards. Simple, ordinary. You see nothing.
Yeah, looks like playing cards to me. But if you feel there's a connection with them, take them with. Maybe we can have a game of cards later on.
Yeah. Put them in my pocket for when we need to have a game of cards. Oh, it's gonna end terribly. I love it.
Okay. All right. And then let's see. Yeah, it's when you pick them up, the one thing you do notice is it's a little it's not quite as many as you expect. It's not the 52 card deck. But
They're like loose in there. They rattle around
a little brutal, yeah. So, but quite easy in your pocket.
Oh, what'd you find there, Jed?
A book on time.
All right. So, you find a lot of, and you recognize the writing. You have seen Lipin's writing before. You see odd notes, as it were, like how is it that time could be distorted in some places here and not others? Makes no sense. Days go on too long. Always 6 o'clock, but only there. Is it related to the symptoms we see? Can't tell. Feeling the effects of the issues in this world. Can't concentrate. And then there's a bunch of stuff that's crossed out.
Curious. Mr. Harrison, perhaps you'd be interested in these notes.
Might provide an explanation for some of the phenomena we see there. See, I told you there's always a clear explanation.
Or caterpillars on top of giant mushrooms smoking from a hookah.
Well, there must be. What else? No such thing as magic. But trick of the light. I'm sure that whatever that man was smoking was probably an opioid of some sort.
I think
that transported us across worlds.
We'll wake up in a few hours in the study again, having had too much wine. You'll see.
Well, I try to stop making this world make sense because when I do, it makes my head hurt. I just treat it like a dream.
Exactly.
Your dreams.
So yeah, it's like a dream. I'm sure we'll wake up. Thinking it's a silly dream. You might not even remember we were there.
Well, I don't know. I think Dad got pretty beat up.
Yes, we can tell by the scars.
Anyway, yes, a book on time.
Yes, keep an eye out for timepieces.
Oh, yeah.
You did see a timepiece in the study.
No.
It wasn't magical. You would have known if it was magical. But it was just a timepiece.
How big was it?
It's a regular sized pocket watch.
We should pick that up.
It was on the desk with a bunch of other stuff.
If he said that there's problems with time, then maybe we'll know when we're in a different part of this place or where we are in it based on the time. use it like a compass.
That is quite it's a smart idea. It'll help us navigate this rather odd world.
Who's going to keep track of time?
I suppose I can.
Yeah, I'm going to say, Jed, when she asks that, you feel nauseous.
Yeah, probably don't want me trying to keep track of this.
Make a Constitution save. For a moment, you feel really dizzy. Just all this talk of time, it isn't making any sense to you. You find yourself bent over like you can't breathe, but you manage to pull yourself together and get yourself back.
Go and like rub his back like you do when your friends are being sick because they drank too much. I don't know what else to do, so.
So now, did you guys go in there and I'm trying to look. What is everybody's passive perception?
Oh,
Super low.
super
11.
high. Jets, what's yours?
Like passive perception.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of your skills before your like tools and proficiencies on the far left-hand side of your core bio.
Oh, 11.
Okay, yeah, mine's 20.
Yeah. Yeah, you two guys notice nothing, but Christy, you see a diary, a journal, if you will.
Right, sit down and start flipping through it. Well, first I go to the end of it, see what the last entry says before I start it.
The last entry says, "Amazing. Alice changed things. Things are different now. Just a little. Perhaps this is the breakthrough I've been waiting for."
Alice. I read it out. In German vorlesen. I read it out to the other two and just like, he's not talking about that book he was insisting we look at and talked about so much. It's a fiction book.
Children's book. A grown man and those children's book, no.
Well, honestly, from the fragments of memory I have, my mom would read it to me and I'd fall asleep, so I'd forget sometimes what happened in the story, or I'd miss bits because they were random and they didn't connect, so I didn't know about them. So she asked me about them. Anyway, yeah, so she'll go back to the start and sort of just like page through the diary and see what else she can, reading out the important bits to her.
All right. How long are you going to spend going through this?
I think this is important. What do you guys think?
Sounds important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It does, son.
Pull up some chairs.
So it's story time.
Ooh.
Story time.
And this is the beginning of this is the most boring journal you've ever encountered. Like it is the very definition of dull, right? He records his appointments, records games, talks about croquet scores, mentions, different rules and the whether or not there was a challenge and whether or not to a rule or to a referendum. But as it goes through, it starts to get weird. There starts to be mention of unfortunate dramatics and not liking these rumors and bits and pieces. The royal family shouldn't have to deal with these things. There's talk of a trial that goes nowhere. Like, those pages have literally been ripped out. Everything after that. After a while, it picks up again. And now the tone is very different. It says you can't break the rules. This is what happens when you break the rules. Everything goes wrong here. You shuffle through, there's a whole bunch more talk of people you've never heard of and stuff that doesn't make any sense to you. After a while, you see talk of the symptoms get worse. It's not madness, whatever the cat says. It's not that. It's our world. Then you page through again. You read, our world was based in games and rules and logic, and now that we've broken it, we can't fix it. Everything repeats. Nothing changes. More time, more just nonsense. Found a way out. Helps me to keep sane. Then there's a bunch of empty pages. Where's this girl? There was a girl. Who is she? How did she get here? What does she have to do with the trial? Bunch more nonsense. And then it comes to the end where he talks about Alice.
This might explain his library and above filled with rules and game regulations and everything else.
Do you think he's from here?
Sounds like it based on his diary. He talked about visiting and keeping sane. I mean, our world, well, there's a lot of things that will drive, will irritate you, but it's not like the very existence will make you question your understanding of reality. I mean, he says here things kept repeating. Like that race they were just doing it over and over again. When they stopped, they kind of didn't know what to do with themselves.
And we didn't have rules until we introduced them.
It's quite true. How odd. Well, I suppose from the it would be quite maddening to be here for so long.
Yes, I'm already questioning my understanding. Like I said, I have to just pretend this is a dream and not think too hard about it. Well, maybe that's what we're here to do. Maybe we're here because we understood the rules. And maybe we're here to help give the people, when we find people stuck in loops, to help break them out. Maybe it'll do some good.
We're here to reintroduce the rules.
Well, this place certainly is incredibly unpredictable.
Quite true.
Right.
Well, what should we do next? Should we...
All right, again, your passive perception is really high. Which is why you hear whispering.
Oh, which
coming from outside
the house. I put my finger over my mouth to the other two, and then I put my hand up to my ear, like, listen. Can they hear it once it's pointed out?
You guys can roll a perception to see how much you get.
On my own, I can't imagine that I'm much better.
That's why you roll.
focusing now.
Yes, you're very focused. You've been through some rough stuff. And you hear, it must be monsters. No one goes in here but monsters and ghosts. What'll we do? I'd say burn it. Block them in and burn it down.
We should probably leave before they burn us down.
Yeah, you want to sneak out? She like walk like her fingers across like. Oh, you could whisper. Yeah, or do we want to go? I don't want them to burn down the rest of the house though.
I mean, we could tell them not to burn down the rest of the house.
Tell them we're not monsters.
Could tell them we're not monsters. I mean, we don't look like monsters.
No? Jed, what do you think?
To us, we don't look like monsters.
Why are your ears so pointy?
Have they always been pointy?
Jed's just gonna make sure his hair comes.
Anyway, yeah. Are there any windows that are like busted out or covered over here?
Yes. The short answer is yes. All the windows are pretty busted, or some of them have like part glass. So you have two windows in. Are you in the study or are you in the library?
Well,
in the study, there's one big window which is half broken out.
Okay, that's where the diary was, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, go outside, confront them.
Yeah. Nothing. Honesty is the best policy, right?
Correct. You're right.
You go. You go first. Women are less intimidating.
All right. She'll walk over the window and go, "Oh, is it time for tea?"
It's about the monster's trying to trick us. The monster's trying to trick us. Burn it down. Burn it. Burn it.
She's gonna go busting through the window.
Okay.
We can all roll. All right. Everybody's gonna roll some initiative.
Get my blump Blanche on. But she's really super big compared to everyone. You can size her down if you want, Chrissy. I can't for some reason.
Or size the rest of us up. You know.
Yeah, one of the two.
That's actually kind of interesting. I'll do it that way.
Hope I can get rid of my concentration dot. Go away, concentration dot.
Yeah, so. Ah! You know what? All right, so are you you're going out the window? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So okay. Give me 2 seconds to set this all up. And what you see when you jump out the window is a bunch of like frog soldiers just standing around, and one human looking person just all looking stunned at your arrival. Okay, so wait a sec. Now, because we had a very last minute change. I want to take a quick gander at what I have and make sure I'm not killing you.
Okay.
All right, I could use a restroom break anyway. So.
Yeah, I'll take one too. So,
Yeah, it's just one of those things because
let's see. I can. If Jed, are you also gonna take a break, or are you gonna? Because there's gonna be some dead air otherwise. I can put on some.
Yeah, I'll go get.
All right, I'll just bring up the music.
All right. I don't even know if anybody's watching this. Hello, if anybody's watching. See, what happened is we were supposed to have more people, and then at the last minute there was an emergency.
Gotta take care of that action economy.
Yeah, you know. Okay. And I think I've done that. So. I'm sorry if this takes
Oh no, no worries.
a little bit out of our roll. There is one thing coming up that kind of after this, you can go through some story stuff, but if you were to go for another one of the battles, I'd be like, nope, stop it. There's just no way.
I think that's fair.
But that's all right. I'm gonna go grab a glass of wine and meet you right back.
I have to say, I wondered for a bit if you were going to have us start to do sanity checks like in Call of Cthulhu.
Mm.
So who's back?
I'm back.
Hey.
I'm here too.
Excellent. Dead air, dead air, dead air.
No.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I kind of got us stuck in it, but I was trying to reason with them. I did try.
That's okay. We'll be.
I'm not trying to kill things here.
Yeah.
Try to reason with them first.
The dodo got killed because he attacked
Yeah.
Jed.
But Jed did cast a spell on him.
Yeah, I like you more.
Sorry, not Jed. Spencer cast a spell
Yeah.
on the dodo.
Yeah.
That's true. You kind of provoked the reaction, the spell, but yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
Got a
We
thimble
are
out of it.
all.
Welcome back.
It's true. I don't have a lot of. I wish I would have gotten more less aggressive. I didn't get that many aggressive spells, but I got a couple of necessary aggressive spells.
Yeah. Well, I'm very stabby.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, you can't not get Fireball. Like, I have to get it. It's there. I can't just not.
Oh well, if you got Fireball and we've got like 6 enemies in front of us,
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be good. That's it. I got Fireball and I got a pretty good divination dice left over too. So
I have Shatter.
ooh,
It's for groups of enemies.
you have Shatter. We could have shattered a bunch of doors all the way. You have like 2 spell slots though, so I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna admit I'm not quite sure I've got this set up right, but hey.
Well, that's why you try stuff out.
And it makes sense for this game because you guys have wandered in here without knowing you were magic.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you would have known to do that.
Yeah.
Whereas most of our Rogue and Ranger stuff is like based on natural ability, like cunning action and stuff. So it's more like reactions than spell stuff.
Yeah. I got like all the divination spells, which is nice, but that's about it. But they're all role playing stuff. Like none of them are any good in combat.
Yeah. Well, you're doing all right. I mean, are we all set, Chrissy?
I think we are. So you see 5. I mean, they kind of look like frogs. Maybe tropical frogs. They're very colorful. They're wearing clothes and carrying sticks and stuff, and they're green and yellow and pink and have black markings, and they're all kind of running around going, "It's a monster! It's a monster! It's a monster!"
I'm not a witch, I'm not.
All right. And I was supposed to put in initiative, which would have been smart. All right. So you got 18, Spencer, this time.
Yeah, I haven't. Did I roll it? No, that's my perception.
Oh, your perception. Yeah, everybody roll initiative other than Christy, who rolled a 14.
I was... I did way worse this time.
Whereas I did slightly better.
Okay. Why do I have you twice? Let me get rid of you.
Because the first one was the... So you put in the first one manually.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
See? All right.
I hear squeaks.
Yeah. My doggo having his little penguin toy. She's looking at me now like, what? I love Pinky. I know. I do too. Oh, and I probably shouldn't have just like gone ahead and told you what you were fighting, but I didn't think of it. So.
Oh.
I don't know what those are, so I can't even metagame them.
Right.
Yeah, they're frogs. I don't know what. I don't. Oh, I might know what they are, but
No, you don't. You don't know anything. It's a frog. Heck, did you know this?
I've been watching a lot of videos on like metagaming and stuff.
So are they against it mostly?
No, the ones that I've been watching have been like there's a certain amount, like you can't avoid metagaming.
Yeah.
People have played this game and people know, like you gotta know the rules and the systems. Like you can't just not
True.
metagame. But there is definitely a bit of like R&D knows what a deck of many things is, and that he should be cautious about the deck that he just found, but Spencer doesn't. And as long as I can keep that separation, that like Spencer's not going to be as cautious about it as I am, but because I know what it is, he doesn't. So I can't play as if I know what's going to happen when I use it.
Okay. So, so two of these little creatures start, let's see, what will they do? They're going to jump away, first of all, and then they have a big, long jump. And then they are going to take a couple of short bow attacks against you, because you're the only one that they can see right now. So it's a +5.
Hit.
So that one probably hits. And
17, yep.
okay, so you take 12 damage, and you need to make 2 Constitution saving throws.
First one's alright.
If you got a nat 20, I'm not going to make you twice.
Okay.
So
Right,
I will
fair.
assume that you can feel like there's something on that arrow, and you're like, oh, but you fight it off. Okay.
Off. Yep.
Yeah, shake it off. Jedediah, it's your turn.
Oh dear. Let's go step to the window shouting, "We're not monsters." But he's also going to cast. Where is it? Yeah, he's going to cast Shatter into the middle
Okay.
of them, hopefully.
Well, you can pick your spot, and you have,
10-foot radius.
You definitely would not be able to get the wildlings that already leaped away. But I would say that you would be able to get the other 3. And that is a con save on them.
Mm-hmm.
DC 14.
Okay. +2 isn't going to do it, and that's not good. So they all fail. All right.
That's 15 damage.
All right. So. Oh my God, you killed 2 of them.
We're not monsters, we're just killing you.
And you hear a terrible shriek from the third one. Yeah. Okay. So go ahead. And is there anything else you're going to do, Jed?
Drop from the window to be there for a lovely lady.
Yep. So you drop from the window, and there's just like frog guts everywhere.
I might have got carried away.
Just chunks of gross Guts. All right, it's your turn.
Oh, is it the grunts?
Oh, no, they're dead.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so is there one that, let's see. I'll just I'll do the thing. Because I don't know where they are. Is there one that is I can move that I can get within 5 feet, but it's not within 5 feet of. Oh, yeah. Basically, how are they arranged? Because I want to try to figure out a way if I can get a sneak attack with the ways that I could do sneak attack, including
One
rakish.
has not moved yet at all.
And is
standing and has taken damage and is standing maybe 15 feet away from you.
Is there another creature next to him, though?
No.
Okay.
The other two, the ones that jumped away, they didn't jump directly next to each other.
Well, I'll go for the biggest one I can see.
That is the one that's just standing there looking at the remains of its fellows going,
Okay. Then I'm going to cast Booming Blade with my cantrip. And I'm going to hit him with my +1 now. Rapier.
Okay.
That's not going to hit. So then I'm going to use my 2-weapon fighting ability, and I'm going to do an offhand attack with my short sword, which will have to subtract my proficiency. I suck. All right. Well, at least it was easy to know.
Well, I mean, these little bastards, they just jump. They got little legs. They're just up and down and bouncing around. It's like you can't even stick them. They're just like everywhere you go, you're like jump.
Yes. Frog reactions. Lightning. All right. All right. Well, then she'll also like use her movement to back up because I've got this thing where I've got another thing where you can't. If I make a melee attack, they can't make an I'll just if I make a melee attack, it can't take an opportunity attack against me when I move away. So I'll use my movement to move closer to Jed.
Okay.
And that's
all right. And okay, so it takes the big thing takes a step closer to you now, and you hear like a and everybody's got to make a wisdom save.
Okay.
I do an advantage now.
Actually, I don't think you do, Spencer. You haven't gotten out the window yet, have you?
Oh, nope.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good,
Thank you,
because
advantage.
I would do terrible at it.
Yeah. All right. So, you feel almost as if, like, for a second, it affects your brain like you're just going to be stunned. But both of you manage to push through and push it off. Take a breath. And Spencer, it's your turn.
All right, jumping out the window, I guess. To be with my fellow troublemakers. Oh, well, I mean, why not? Fireball them? I shouldn't fireball them. That's just rude. I also don't know if I can fireball yet. How close are they?
One is very close to you. One is like within 15 feet of the whole group. And the other two are they kind of jumped away from each other a little bit. So they're probably right now, they're about 25 feet away and 20 feet from each other.
Okay. Yeah, so probably not gonna be able to. Okay, that's fine. I am gonna look at the one that's closest, the one that's 15 feet away, and I'm gonna tell him that he is a ridiculous frog, and the frog's he needs to stop being ridiculous and he needs to start acting like a person again. And I am going to cast Mind Sliver on him. So he needs to do intelligence save.
Let's see. Is he intelligent? Let me see.
If he's got 4, then yes. If he
No.
doesn't, then no.
Not that. He's not nearly that smart. No.
Okay, so he takes 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And then on the next, if he has to do a save in between now and the end of my turn, he's gonna have to do it with a minus D4. So if anybody has things that include that need dex saves, aim it at that guy because he's gotta be easier to hit. And that's about all I got, I think. Yes. That's what I got.
And let's see what happens. All right, so those 2 jumpy frogs take a look at the 3 of you, look at each other, and say, "Monsters! Monsters!" And they run away and they jump into the pond.
Oh,
That's convenient, right? That's a good thing, right?
Unless they're going to setting off the alarm to bring reinforcements.
Well, then we just leave.
Mm-hmm.
Can Krakens live in ponds?
All right. Jedediah, it's your turn. You have 1 enemy where you can see them and 2 that went running into the pond.
I think I've got to try it again and do the vampiric touch. So move up and. Oh.
Nope.
Remember, you still have it on.
Okay, but you touched his skin, didn't you?
Oh.
No, that's not good, is it?
Constitution.
Constitution save.
Yes. All right. Again, you feel that sense of like, well, no, actually, you weren't the one who felt it the first time. So you feel like, oh my God, something's coming off its skin. Oh, gross. Oh. But you push it away. You push your fingers. And, yuck. And you are not poisoned.
All the mental discipline from your.
Mm-hmm.
There was training.
There's a little voice inside your head. It says, "Of a sort." And that's all.
And whose head was that?
That was in Jed's head.
Ah, okay.
All right, it's your turn, Blanche.
There's still the one baddie by me, right?
Yep.
The one
Delete?
by Jed.
Yes. All right. Well, because he's standing next to it, I get advantage. So, yes, I'm also going. Okay. Let's see if I hit him first. I still have booming blade on. You know what? That first.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, and booming blade. Ignore that extra 13.
Okay, 13, 19, 20. Oh, God. All right. Anything
And-
else?
Yes, I'm going to make him my favorite foe now.
Okay.
So next time I hit him, I get to do an extra bonus, a different type of. It's like a cheap hunter's mark, but it's not a spell.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, it is his turn, and he throws himself on the ground and starts bawling. The monsters, they're going to kill me. I knew they were going to kill me. I told them we should burn the whole place down. The monsters. And he just sobs. Okay, it's your turn, Spencer.
Click. Buddy.
Can't kill a guy who's crying.
Buddy, no, I really can't. Oh. Anyone else left? It's just him.
Unless
two in the
they're
pond.
getting reinforcements, you don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, buddy, you gotta stop. You're just silly now.
You were trying to kill me.
You were trying to kill me.
Me, actually.
Well, they were gonna burn us in the building.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're monsters.
Okay,
Why?
look, okay, buddy, you're a frog.
I'm not a frog. How could you? It's not enough for you to kill me. You've got to insult me. You insult my parents. You insult my grandparents. You know no bounds to your cruelty.
Yeah, get it right. They're not frogs.
Okay, yes, they're not frogs. Great, perfect. Not frogs. Makes perfect sense. Good. I told you they weren't frogs. We're all just massive hallucinations. It's well documented.
I'm not a massive documented hallucination. You're bigger than I am, you monster.
Just someone's bigger than you, just because they're bigger than you, doesn't mean they're a monster.
No.
You're much bigger than a lot of things, and you're not a monster, are you?
Well, of course not. I'm a grung.
Yes, so, but to a mouse you might look like a monster, but you're not.
Well, to be fair, I'd probably eat it.
See, you'd kill it, and are you a monster for killing it? To eat it?
Well, I mean, no,
Yeah.
maybe. I
You're
mean,
not a
from the
monster.
mouse's point of view.
Well, I don't think you're a monster.
We're not monsters, so no one here is monster. And sorry about your friends, but they did try to kill me. And I did offer them tea.
Well, we thought it was probably monster tea.
Have you even had monster tea?
No.
Then how do you know if it's good or bad, or you should be concerned about it?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with tea. Tea's wonderful.
Might just be like a chai or something that's more spicy.
What? What is chai?
It's a tea.
It's not like any tea I've ever heard. It must be monster tea. Chai is monster tea. You're trying to make me drink a monster tea so I can be a monster like you. That's what you're doing. I see right through it.
Oh,
Okay,
this place.
What tea do you like?
I like a spot of Earl Grey.
Is
Maybe
there a
just
tea shop where we could get the spot of Earl Grey?
Well, I mean, yes, it's not that close, but you could do it. You know what I like about the Earl Grey? It's got a touch of bergamot.
You have a very refined palate.
Now, all grungs do. You don't know that about grungs because you think we're frogs.
True. We have a lot to learn about you, and you have a lot to learn about us.
Oh, I suppose. I don't have any Earl Grey, otherwise I'd invite you. But you must admit it was very strange going into this house. No one ever goes into this house. This house is haunted ever since Alice was here.
Well, who used to live here before Ellis? Because we might know the person.
Oh, the White Rabbit, of course.
Very eccentric.
Loves a good
Yes.
game.
Sure. I mean, he kept score for Milady and the Queen. I wouldn't go near either of those two now. They'd cut off your head.
Well, that sounds like the person we know as well. We actually confirmed that. We saw his house, and he came back. He was here. He brought us here.
Why would he bring you here? Nobody comes here unless they want to turn into a pig.
Said something about a glove and that he needed some help.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, that's
Well,
okay.
yeah,
Neither do we.
but neither do we. But we're friends and just wanted to help, and so we ended up here.
And there were no monsters. We looked.
Oh, I wouldn't go in there for nothing.
Well,
It's an awful place.
It's not that bad.
do you know
No,
how
it's awful.
it was? So did you set it on fire?
Wasn't me. Wasn't me at all. No, that was the handyman.
Who's the handyman?
Pat?
Pat, the handyman. Of course. Silly.
It's very silly of you. Everybody knows old Pat.
Yeah,
He hasn't
Blanche.
been the same since it happened, though.
Oh, it was a beautiful. It looked like it was a beautiful house.
It was until she got in it. She got so big.
Alice.
Alice. You know Alice?
Oh, we know of Alice.
She was a monster. She got so big, she took up the whole house.
That's actually quite plausible.
It would explain a few things.
Really,
Tore the
you're
whole
like
place apart.
Amazing that it still stands as well as it does today. But it's just an empty house.
With some books.
I don't know. I don't trust it. She wasn't a monster when she went in, but she was a monster when she came out.
Oh.
Everybody knows that.
It's hard to argue with your logic. Well, we went in, and we came out, and we didn't turn into monsters. We're not.
You didn't get big. You probably didn't eat anything. Did you eat anything in there?
No. Just looked at some books.
Got to be careful what you put in your mouth around here.
Yes, we met the caterpillar in the forest who gave us a secret or two.
I wouldn't trust him. Always smoking. Don't even know what's in that hookah.
It smells pretty nice. Well, anyone else have any other questions for the ambassador for the Grungs?
I think I should say sorry for distracting his friends.
He looks over and he says, why your ears so different than their ears? Why you different? You smell different. You smell funny.
It's complicated.
Complicated? I bet you it isn't complicated. I bet you're a monster.
Actually, some of them would consider me a monster, but we don't need to go into that. I try not to be a monster.
Ha! I tried not to be a grung, but look at me. I didn't really. Everybody wants to be a grung. Nobody would ever try not to be a grung. But if I did, it wouldn't work, is the point. If you're a monster and you try not to be a monster, you're still a monster, aren't you? That's logic.
But if I'm a monster to someone else and they're a monster to me, who's the monster?
Everybody's a monster. Everybody's a monster to somebody.
Exactly. So all we can do is try not to be monsters to each other and make the world a better place.
World doesn't change around here. Ain't nothing ever changes around here. You can't change nothing.
But Alice
It just
changed the
keeps
house.
going.
Alice changed the house, didn't she?
And it was different before Alice came.
It was, wasn't it?
What was
She
it
changed
like?
it.
What was it like before Alice came?
It was a pretty house. White Rabbit would come and he'd go, and he'd always say he was late, and he'd always say that he didn't have time, and he'd lost his gloves and his fan. Always worrying about something. See?
And then Alice
That's
came.
what it was like.
And did she grow legs and walk the house away?
Well, she grew. She grew quite a bit. She didn't walk away, though.
Ah, okay. Just sat, stuck in a
Yeah.
house. Bet she started to cry, didn't she?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, you said we shouldn't head toward the Queen's place.
Well, if you like your head where it is. She doesn't like to keep people's heads where they are. She likes to take them off and put them somewhere else.
That's very inconvenient.
Mhm.
I'd say so.
Do you know where the train station?
Train station. No, I don't know any such thing. I don't think it sounds proper.
Very classically English. Don't like it. Don't know it. Don't like it. Don't change my world. Yeah. Anyone else?
Mm-mm.
Well, it was lovely to meet you, ambassador of the Grungs.
All right. Well, now I feel a little bad. I don't have much of it. Would you like some treacle? I could give you a bit of treacle.
Oh, we've only just discovered treacle.
It's good, isn't it?
Quite. Yes. Anyone else?
All right.
I think it'd be great.
And he pulls you out and gives you a little bit of treacle. Says, all right then. Try not to be such bad monsters the next time and breaking people apart and throwing them everywhere in pieces.
We'll be careful. Keep
All
our
right,
monsters
tally
in
ho.
check.
Toodaloo. Pip pip. Sorry, couldn't resist.
That was great.
Someone's got to do it.
Really. After a full day of this, come on.
I'm surprised it took this long, to be fair. This is-
All right. Well, do you want to go stick your head in the water to see where they swam away, or should we get going?
I think we're plenty safe and should maybe remain that way.
I think I've caused enough damage.
Well, there was one big fancy house that we didn't look at.
That's true. Probably plenty of houses we didn't look at.
But is that where his lady is? And he warned us to stay away from her too.
Oh, maybe. Maybe we should get direction? No train station. I don't even know where we're going anymore. We were heading for the Queen and to our certain deaths by the sounds of it.
We gotta find someone of authority around here. We can't just... There's gotta be someone in charge.
Alice got out, didn't
She did.
she? Has to be.
Yes.
I think this is a really good place to end it, actually.
Yes. Because maybe if other people join us, they'll have This was Chrissy. This is brilliant. It
Yes.
feels like tripping. It is like it's such a bizarre world you've created. Hats off. Round of applause.
Thank
It
you.
is.
Thank you. I love Alice in Wonderland like crazy, so
I
it
get
has
that.
been-
I see that now. It's been a labor of love.
very much so.
Great.
So I'm just glad you guys were willing to jump in with me.
Oh wow, yeah. This is like a whole subgenre. Wonderful. Okay, well, we'll have to see what happens next week. I guess we're gonna. Do we have a plan? I guess we'll talk about it. Because I want to finish this. I want to know what happens.
Well, Micro's not going to be here again next week, so
Yeah.
it's not like we don't have. It's not like we can't do
Okay.
another one.
Okay, excellent. So then come back next week for part 2 of To Be Determined of the one shot, something like that.
Lost in Wonderland, that's what I'm calling it.
Yes.
There you go.
Right, and so then I guess all that's left to be said is goodbye for me, and to thank the players and Sib for very last minute coming in and joining the party.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye from me and goodbye from the party. Say goodbye, party.
Goodbye,
Bye,
party.
Hey, they did the bit, and we're off.